Here.
All
Here we
present.
go. That's better. Can we stand for the roll, for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Thomas, would you please do this?
Place your hand over your heart and repeat with me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to start with some presentations and proclamations. And first one that I will read and present is for the Donate Life. Is there someone here to receive that?
Scott, if you would like to come up.
Just have you up here for a moment. So this is the proclamation of the City of Solvang recognizing the month of April, Donate Life Month. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list. And on average, 17 people die each day while waiting. And the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, a donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Whereas deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever. And any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. Whereas over 17 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. And California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for and renewing their driver's licenses or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donevitacalifornia.org. And California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. Now therefore be it resolved that in the recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2021 is hereby declared DMV/Donate Life Month in the City of Solvang, and in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. Signed by myself, Charlie Yerg, City of Solvang Mayor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Not sure if it's appropriate for me to read it or shake your hand. Thank you. I'll make a short presentation. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Scott Burns. Memorial Day, 5 years ago, 2015, I'm sitting on a French sailboat at Santa Cruz Island at Fry's Anchorage. Santa Barbara Harbor Patrol comes up behind me, and on the loudspeaker it says, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." Now, what I didn't say is that I had kidney failure. Since 2012, I had been on the waiting list. I wasn't expecting the Harbor Patrol that afternoon because most people that get a kidney, they either get it within a year from family or friends, or you're on the waiting list for 7 to 8 years. But I had tried my friends and families, but no match. The waiting list nationwide is about the size of Santa Barbara, about 120,000 people. So it's not lucky when you get in it. And about 19 people die every day waiting for a kidney, and about every 9 minutes, somebody gets on the waiting list, waiting for a kidney or another organ. But enough numbers, Harbor Patrol is there, I get in their boat, we come back to Santa Barbara, that's where I live. I get home, and the first thing I do is take a shower, because you never get a shower in a hospital, and I've had enough operations to know I really wanted a nice shower. The next morning at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, I had a fully functioning kidney. But that's only part of the story. Vivian Boutel, a nurse at NICU at Cottage Hospital, had collapsed in her gym a couple of weeks earlier. They thought it was a stroke, took her to Cottage, and realized it was a brain aneurysm. She was brain dead. Her family members realized that they needed to do something, or they wanted to do something. She actually had a pink dot from the DMV, from the Santa Barbara DMV, so they are my heroes. Only about 0.5% of the people that die in a way that their kidneys or other organs can be donated. So I'm very happy I'm sad that it happened, but I'm happy that I ended up getting a kidney. I've never met Vivian, her mom, her sisters, her nieces and nephews I've gotten to know. We do a lot of organ donation awareness events. The Donate Life event at the Rose Bowl. We have an event for her at Santa Barbara every September. So things are happening, but not because of the pandemic. None of this has happened. But speaking of the pandemic, we turned out to have more people nationwide getting kidney donations and organ donations last year, 2020, than ever before, in spite of that. The other thing that we found out, as my nose keeps popping out here, is if anyone gets COVID and recovers from COVID, their organs can still be donated. So there are some things that are good things of that. The last thing before I close, and thank you for your presentation, about 90% of the people in California say, I'd love to donate. Only 43% have actually signed a pink dot. So whatever you do to promote that is very good. The other thing is, I'm in Santa Barbara. If you have any friends, family that says, you know, suddenly I need an organ, you guys can track me down. Your staff knows me, Councilmember Thomas knows me. I'm ready and willing to give any advice and pass on the information to various people. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And now a proclamation for the recognizing the month of April as National Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month. And we have someone here to receive this.
Allison was supposed to be here, but I'm not seeing her with us present.
All right,
so.
well, I'll read it anyway. It's a proclamation of the City of Solvang recognizing the month of April, National Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month. Whereas people of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds fall victim to sexual violence, which is widespread and impacts every person in the community, and statistics show child sexual abuse prevention must be a priority to confront the reality that 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience a sexual assault before age 18. And whereas rape and sexual violence of all kinds continue to occur at an alarming rate, with California having the most reported rapes in the United States, and with the Department of Justice stating that American is sexually assaulted every 98 seconds in the United States. And whereas emotional and physical scars resulting from sexual violence are often permanent, therefore, working together to educate the community about sexual violence prevention, supporting survivors, and speaking out against harmful attitudes and actions is so important. And whereas a coalition of organizations exists which directly confronts this crisis, including North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center, law enforcement agencies, churches, healthcare providers, and volunteers from the community that serve these agencies who are helping in the effort to end sexual assault. And whereas prevention is possible when everyone gets involved, increasing education, awareness, and community involvement. Recognizing the compassion and dedication of the individuals involved in this effort, and noting the challenges of the victims/survivors of sexual assault and their families and friends as they struggle to cope with the reality of sexual assault. Now therefore I, Charlie Uhrig, Mayor of the City of Solvang, do hereby recognize April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. in the city of Solvang and encourage all residents and businesses to participate in a month full of recognition and activities promoted by the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center to increase awareness of sexual assault and to create solutions in an effort to eliminate sexual violence from this city. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Solvang to be affixed here to this 12th day of April, 2021. We'll leave that here.
Mr. Mayor, if anybody is driving down Mission by the Vets Hall, you'll see the little pinwheels. There are 166 pinwheels there, representing the 830 investigations that have taken place in this area. So it's a great cause.
Thank you for being there for that as well, setting those up. Next, we have the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation doing a presentation.
Okay, I think we have participants on Zoom. I have the mic if you want to either share screen or I can put it up on my screen, whichever way works for you.
Are
I
you
can
here
share my
for this
screen, I
too?
think, Xenia.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I think Tara Wood is also here for that. Sam?
Oh.
Did you want to come up as well, Tara? Just to be a part of this?
Hi, I'm Tara Wood. I live in Solvang. I'm the new chairman of the San Ynez Mills, Mission Mills Committee for the Trust. I wanted to put a face with the name for all of you. Since you're mostly new and don't know about the Mission Mills, I spoke with Charlie and thought it would be a good idea to get everybody starting at the same point, and that way we can all move forward together and slowly, like we always do, but we will move forward. And Mike has all the important questions. I just want you to know the Mission Mills Committee has several people that are on it that live in Solvang or here in the Valley, and we're here, and we want to do what's right for the Mission Mills and for the city, and we just want to say hi and let you know that we're here. That's all. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
For those of you that didn't know that are up here, she also served as a city councilwoman a few years back, as well as being on the board of the Elroy Museum, I believe. All right. Mike, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation this evening. My name is Mike Imwally. I am the Associate Executive Director for Cultural Resources for the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. The Mills property was purchased by SBTHB in 1996 and sold to the California State Parks in 2008. I'd like to provide a brief description of the cultural and natural resources on the property, a brief explanation on why this acquisition was important to California State Parks, and then a brief summary of where we are in the California State Park planning process. The 37.61 acre state park property contains original remnants of the Santa Ynez Mission agricultural fields and orchards, which you can see in this area. Circa 1820s Mills complex down here, the circa 1920s Rasmussen Ranch complex up here, and the southern part of the this piece of property here was subsequently purchased by the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, which provides another 8-acre buffer and another segment of natural resources that combined provides over 1/3 mile of riparian corridor along Alamo Pintado Creek. The mill complex consists of 2 stone reservoirs, which you see in the middle here, a water-powered grist mill that were built by 1818. They're on the Mission account books. This is a fulling mill that was added circa 1820. The fulling mill was an effort to industrialize woolen cloth production at the Mission. It's the only water-powered fulling mill west of the Mississippi and the only extant fulling mill fulling facility at any of the California missions. The Rasmussen Ranch complex consists of a Sears Craftsman kit home, 1926, that you see here, a garage, and a barn or granary building. Our mill's agricultural and maintenance supervisors, Leanne Haslauer and Tom Walton, live on site at this location. So the 37.91 acre state park property, along with 40.42 acres of the Santa Ynez Mission property, and the city of Solvang's 16-acre Lot 72 comprise the 95-acre Mission Santa Ynez National Historic Landmark District. So the primary reason that State Parks purchased the property was because of the cultural and natural resources. The prehistoric and ethnographic use of the Alamo Pintado Creek by the Inistenya Chumash, the mission-era resources including the agricultural fields, grist mill reservoir, storage reservoir, fulling mill, and the extant segments of the Zonja Dakota Aqueduct, early American period resources of the 1920s Rasmussen Complex, and natural resources that include a variety of unique flora and faunal communities associated with more than 1/3 of the Alamo Pintado Creek riparian corridor. Secondary reason for the state park acquisition of the mill property was for expanded outdoor recreation opportunities and trail connections. The existing roads and trails within the state park property connect with a system of trails on the adjacent Mission Santa Ynez property and nearby Lot 72, which provide several miles of hiking trails in a rural setting surrounded by the urban environment of Solvang, California. Existing roads and trails provide a connection from the city of Solvang to the mill property, which is owned by the state of California and located in unincorporated Santa Barbara County. Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation has easements for parking and pedestrian access across the Santa Ynez Mission Mill property and maintains a lease of the adjacent Lot 72 property from the city of Solvang. The establishment of the Mission Mills State Historic Park not only creates connectivity within the valley, but also within state parks in the Channel Coast District, beginning with El Presidio de Santa Barbara State Historic Park, which is also operated by the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. Traveling up 154 to Chumash Painted Cave and continuing to 246 to La Purisma State Historic Park, and then creating a circuit with Gaviota State Park, Refugio State Beach, and El Capitan State Beach make quite an interesting road trip. The addition of Santa Ynez Mission Mills State Historic Park fills in a gap in the Santa Ynez Valley and provides excellent interpretive opportunity to describe the relationship between La Purisma Mission, Santa Ynez Mission, and the Santa Barbara Presidio, from which both missions were founded. We've continued to do research on the facilities in the park property. In 2015, we completed a very high resolution LiDAR survey, aerial LiDAR survey of the property with 10-centimeter resolution. We're actually able to drill down into these photos and count every individual roof tile. We can count the individual olive trees. But what's excellent about the LiDAR data is it's collected with multiple scans, so it provides 3D imagery. We're actually able to tilt these and look at the topography of the surrounding landscape. This is an overview of the fulling mill here on the right, which was powered by a vertical water wheel here. This is the large storage reservoir. This is the reservoir for powering the grist mill. This is Alamo Pintado Creek. And this is Mission Santa Ynez up in the background. It's an overview of the grist mill building and the above ground reservoir built for powering the grist mill. The grist mill was designed for grinding grain into flour and meal, and it was powered by a horizontal wheel. This is an overview of the fulling mill. It was powered by a vertical wheel on this side of the building, and it was for processing woven woolen cloth. So we worked in partnership with the Environmental and Spatial Technology program at Santa Ynez Union High School to do 3D scans of the interior and exterior of the buildings, which allow us to do these cutaway views. And you can see here the relative topography, relative where the buildings are. And you'll see the water comes in at the high point up here in the higher reservoir power. Turn a vertical wheel for the fulling mill. Water would be let into the lower reservoir that would turn a horizontal wheel to power the grist mill, and then water, after flowing across the wheel, would go through a drain back into Alamo Pintado Creek. So where we are with the future and the state park planning process, for over 10 years, we worked to produce a document called the Interim Use Guidelines. It actually changed names several times during that period based on the current state of state park planning law. But the Interim Use Guidelines are basically an inventory that document the existing condition of the property and allow it to open as a state park permit in its existing condition, so that there are no proposed improvements. The existing trails will be used as trails, and that document was presented to the California State Parks Policy and Planning Commission in Sacramento in October of 2018. It was approved in 2019. We are currently ready to send it back to the State Parks Commission with a staff report from the California State Parks Channel Coast District staff recommending naming and classification for the park. And when that's approved by the Parks Commission, it will be the newest California state park. Public outreach is ongoing. We have, since our purchase of the property and since State Parks' purchase of the property from the trust, partnered with the National Park Service, California State Parks, Old Mission Santa Ynez Banded Chumash Indians, the El Verjoy Museum, the Santa Ynez Valley Historical Museum, Santa Ynez Valley Rotary, Solvang Rotary, Los Olivos Rotary, the Village Collection, of which we are members as the lessees of Lot 72. Santa Barbara County Trail Alliance, Hidden Wings Foundation, the Solvang Vikings, and the Santa Ynez Valley Union High School District. That is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions of the council at this time?
Yeah, curious about Lot 72 in particular. I think you said that that was going to be used for hiking?
It's not part of the state park plan, but there's currently no plans to do any development there. It's to continue to operate it and take care of the property as an open space, which is utilized by residents for walking and hiking.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
And Mike, do we still have in place, excuse me, with the city, the agreement that for some special events that were grandfathered in, that we're allowed to use the bottom third or somewhere around there? That's still in place
Yes,
for parking? Thank you.
sure.
Just for the parking. Yeah. We don't do fireworks over there. Not there. All right, if there's no other questions. Thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara, for being here as well. And now we have a presentation by the Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE.
Do we have a representative online for this presentation? I had Heather.
Hi, I'm Lena Williams. I'm the manager of Energy Account Services for Central Coast Community Energy. Do I have the ability to share screen right now?
Yes, you should be able to.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much, members of the council, for allowing me to provide you with your Joint Powers Authority Annual Member Agency update for the city of Solvang. It actually has not been a full year since the last time we had an update. It's probably only been about 6 months or so. but a lot has happened. So I will try to cover it all in a very short amount of time. And of course, if you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to stop me as we go along the way. For anyone who is joining us virtually or at the City Hall that is not aware, when we all got started with enrollment in our programs and services, we were Monterey Bay Community Power. So you will hear reference to 3CE, and 3CE, of course, stands for Central Coast Community Energy. We wanted to adopt a name that was actually more reflective of the entire service territory that we support. So as we completed our enrollments in San Luis Obispo enrolling communities and Santa Barbara enrolling communities, we felt that Central Coast Community Energy did that. It was more illustrative of all of you that we serve. Just in summary, of course, a CCA or Community Choice Aggregator, which is what we are, is a scenario in which we, 3CE, are purchasing the energy from clean and renewable sources. At PG&E, or for some customers down south in Southern California, Edison, is now continuing to deliver to your homes. So you would not have necessarily experienced any disruption in your service because your power is still being delivered by PG&E. You are still receiving one combined billing statement from PG&E to you at your house. At the conclusion of our enrollment, we actually now are made up of over 33 communities across 5 counties, of which Solvang, of course, is one that participated in enrollment and beginning services in January of this year. But as you will see as we continue, we have 3 more communities down in South Santa Barbara this year, and then the community of Buellton will also be joining in January of 2022. They're governed by our policy board and our operations board, and we of course have members of all of our participating communities in service. For our larger communities, you will see that they have their own seat on the board, and then for our smaller communities like Solvang, there is a shared seat, and right now the seat that Solvang shares with Guadalupe and upcoming Buellton is actually being seated currently by the City of Guadalupe, and of course Solvang then will be next up. We've had some major accomplishments in the last year. Of course, as I mentioned, enrolling additional communities in January, but in addition to that, since our last update, Central Coast Community Energy has actually received an A rating from S&P, which is actually the first A rating that any CCA received in the state of California. So although there may be others to follow, we're really happy about that because it does kind of change our ability and our buying power when we go out there to acquire energy from those clean and renewable sources, of course, to distribute out to the communities. Additionally, we have opened our second office. So we do have an office located in San Luis Obispo, with the goal being to, of course, have a location that was closer to support the needs of our customers in San Luis Obispo County and in Santa Barbara County. And additionally, of course, we have continued to deploy funds in energy programs. We've had over $50 million in on-bill customer savings. So, of course, Solvang community members who are participating can look forward to taking advantage of those. And then we do have $25 million set aside in the resiliency fund. In terms of where those savings came from over time and what you can expect going forward, in our first 2 years of service in 2018 and 2019, we had a rebate structure. Since then, we've actually changed. So now we actually have our savings built directly into the rate so that our customers, instead of getting a once-a-year rebate, are able to see their savings monthly on their billing statement. And that included last year in the months of May and June, when in our response to COVID-19, we actually reduced our rates by 50%, so that our customers would actually have the benefit of having that additional money in their pocket to actually support what was a really difficult time for everyone and continues to be. In addition, we've actually expanded our procurement strategy to actually include a very clear pathway to achieve 100% renewable in our power content by 2030. So our goal, of course, we have two service offerings right now, and I'll jump ahead to that. The default service offering 3C Choice, and the goal is to get, by 2030, one service offering that is 100% renewable. So we're looking at 60% clean and renewable by 2025, and then hitting 100% by 2030, which is 15 years ahead of the state mandate. The energy programs that are actually already active and in place for 2021, I'm not going to go through and read every single one, but what I did want to speak to is just simply that every year, the amount of funds available and set aside and distributed out to energy programs continues to grow. And that's the way that we're structured, right? To actually take the revenue and reinvest that back into the communities. So as where we started off with only one or two energy programs back in 2018-19, now you see here we have a full kind of slate going into this year. And that includes the REACH Code Incentive Program to support the electrification building code. So that's something that, as we continue those programs, that will also be available to the communities that have just enrolled also in 2021. The member agency greenhouse gas emissions inventories, that's something, of course, member agencies are looking to take advantage of. They are often doing their own greenhouse gas inventories and having support from 3CE allows member agencies to be more stringent, of course, as they kind of start to build out their plan to achieve their greenhouse gas emissions goals as well. Most recently deployed our electrification education grant program. You can see more about that available on our website, but the communities down here, including Solvang, that have just enrolled, this is one of the other programs that are open to the community members to take advantage of. And you can visit the energy programs page on our website to see more details there. And there's also a direct link below. So this is in the agenda packet, so you'll be able to visit that afterwards. And our already very popular Electrify Your Ride. So this program is open to all customers, residential customers and commercial customers, for electric vehicle rebates. So 3CE has set aside set aside $700,000, which is available first come, first served. But that is open, like I said, to residential customers, also to commercial customers. And if you're looking for above what we have right now, is the limit is 5, but a more extensive fleet purchase, you can actually reach out to the energy programs department directly, and they can talk about how to do that. There are some organizations that need more than 5 vehicles or intend to purchase more than 5 and want to take advantage of the grant. That is open, of course, to all enrolled members of Solvang as well. So enrollment. So this is how the enrollment finished out. As I mentioned, we had several communities enrolling, and Solvang actually was one of the highest percentages of participation with 98.3%. And we have the 2,892 of a little over 3,100 eligible customers elected to participate. So each year when we have these updates, you'll actually be able to get more information from us about what that looks like and how what the savings are that equates to, as well as additional updates with information about community member participation in any of the programs. And then, of course, the overall goal continues to be to unify the Central Coast, of course. And so we did that through our expansion into with the San Luis Obispo office, our pathway to 100% renewable, of course, deploying energy programs that apply to all of our service territories, including the newest, and enrolling at over 140,000 customers during the year 2021. So starting in January and ending finally in October with the remaining communities in South Santa Barbara. So I would like to conclude my presentation at this time. Of course, I covered that a little bit quickly, so I would like to, offer to stick around to answer any questions that you may have.
I have one.
Thank you so much, Lena. Any questions? Robert?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm Robert Clark. In just over 8 years, all these counties are going to be living with 100% renewable energy?
Correct.
And that's going to come from where?
From Central Coast Community Energy. So we are looking, well, we actually already have in place some renewable energy projects, and their details on our site. But as part of our procurement strategy, we're actually continuing to look for and contract local renewable energy projects. So you'll actually see that we did recently, for example, have a local RFP within our service territory for a project here in California. And we intend to continue adding more local renewable generation opportunities within our service territory so that we can achieve this goal.
Okay, so multiple counties are going to be totally reliant upon renewable energy in 8 years. And how many acres is that going to take for how many wind farms and wherever those wind farms and those solar panels be?
So I would have to say that I am not the procurement expert, so I could not directly speak to how many facilities that would take. Although what I can do is actually go back to the procurement team and see if I can get an answer to that question and email the council back with the answer.
Okay, because they're guaranteeing we're at 100% renewable energy in less than 10 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd love to know where that energy is going to come from. Thanks. I appreciate your
You're
time.
welcome.
Any other questions? She answered mine about how many Solvang residents and businesses, 98.3%.
Yes.
I do have a question that some members of the public expressed. They were not sure what was the difference between enrolling and not enrolling, since it seems like, their bill looks the same. They're still getting serviced by PG&E. So what's the difference between enrolling and not enrolling as far as residents are concerned?
So there's actually a couple of things, and that's a very good question. So the first of which is having the ability to determine where you want that revenue to go. So the local reinvestment back in the community is the first thing. So them having the ability to participate in energy programs like the electric vehicle rebate program that was just deployed, and there continue to be others. I know we have some that have to do with residential projects that's coming up later in this month, for example. Second, of course, the discount is 2% currently off of their electric generation rates. Now, it's going to be different for commercial customers and maybe different for ag customers. But as we go into our cost of service rate structure upcoming in January of 2022, you'll see an actual greater fluctuation there as we have the ability to actually break away from our current rate structure and do something a little bit more beneficial to the customers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Lena. Appreciate the presentation.
You are very welcome, and thank you for having me.
Now we'll go to our public communications.
This is public comment. At this point, open on items not on the agenda. The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. The limit is 3 minutes.
All right, I have one speaker slip for right now. That would be Sal Arona.
Good evening, Mayor Ulrich and City Council members and city staff. My name is Hector Sal Arona, and I represent the Solvang Trolley and Carriage Company. We own 2 businesses in Solvang since 2007. And the situation or reason that I come here to you is because I want to ask you mainly 2 things. The first one is we need to finish the update in our license because I don't know if you know, we got to the renewal of our license in last year in June. The City Council voted and approved our renewal for 5 years, 4 favor, 1 no. And the situation is after 10 months, we don't have our license in our hands. The process is not finished. And we need to get that situation down because our situation is irregular right now. Plus now, trying to improve our service to the city and the community, we purchased 2 electric golf cart trolleys to our fleet. And we want to ask you to add those trolleys in the license we can use it when we can do our service with the horses. This is our main concern because sometimes we can use the horses because the weather or it's too hot or the logistic in the city sometimes is blocked the streets or events or something like that, or it's raining. And we need to supply our service to the city, and we want to do that with those trolleys. Our get license from the DMV. Those are currently, you can use like any other car. And then we want to ask you for go forward with that. And I have this picture for you. That way you have a better idea of what are you talking about, you know. It's really nice equipment, and those are electric ones, and those are unique. I don't see those in any place.
These are all electric.
Yes, those are electrics. And it's completely legal in the streets. And that means we can drive in any way. Use the only that restrict the use on those is the speed zoning, because those are slow moving vehicles.
Does that mean you're done? Are there any questions? Mr. Arona, excuse me.
Yeah, I think I'm missing this a little bit. So your current license does not allow these, and you're asking them to be added to the license, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, because we want be available to use those street cars
Sure.
when we can use the horses, like
When is the license renewal up for, when's your license up for renewal?
4 years.
4 years.
In 4 years?
Actually, if I may,
Yes.
correct that
We need to
record.
clarify.
That was the general direction that the council gave to staff about a year ago or so when the last license was renewed, but the license technically was renewed for 1 year, and staff
what I
was to
thought I
come back with an amendment to the ordinance to consider extending the time that the council could renew a license to up to 5 years. So we have not done that yet. It can be done with this next renewal process.
And when does the existing license expire?
June 30.
June 30, okay. So when did you want to start using these?
Well,
Doesn't look like they're ready yet.
yes, we are ready to roll, and after all this almost 2 years with the COVID situation, it's really struggling for us because we can run for, like the last year, we don't run the trolley for more than 4 months. Was completely stopped, but the expensive is still running because the horses, they don't know nothing about the pandemics and holidays and all the stuff. They need to get their food every day. And we are ready to put on those equipments to run. Plus, now we know the government in Sacramento say they're going to open the economy in the next month, in the 15th.
Hopefully.
Yeah, then we need to be ready because actually the weekends are be busy here.
I have a question for the city manager. What would be the process if we chose to look at or vote to approve or not approve this?
So historically, the ordinance mainly speaks about the horse-drawn conveniences, but historically, any electric vehicles submitted by the Aronas have been included in their annual license renewal. If we were to amend their license to include these 2 new trolleys, we would need to schedule a public hearing, which could happen at the earliest on May 10th, and bring it to the council for approval.
Does that require a motion to do that?
No,
Or just
it's
direction?
not on the
Consensus of
agenda,
Everyone?
but you can ask staff to follow up on it.
Yeah, can we put that on the agenda then?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we can add that in?
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I want to use a little short time just to invite everybody to ride the trolley to see how is the trolley working and how is the trolley do for the community, for our tourists. Okay,
Thank you.
and the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Sal.
Arano.
Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't have any other speaker slips up here right now. Are there anyone in the audience that would like to say any words that, for items that are not on the agenda at this time? Seeing none, do we have any?
We have Allison
Hello.
on the phone who was not able to make the time for the proclamation, but she would like to say a few words about the Child Abuse and
Okay.
Awareness Month. Go ahead, Allison.
Thank you. I apologize to the council for not making it earlier this evening for the proclamations, but I would so like to thank you so much for this acknowledgement and for the participation of the city in our Child Abuse Awareness Month activities with our CAPC partners. We went on the 5th to plant over 600 between Santa Maria and Guadalupe, and have handed out over 500 additional pinwheels in the awareness. And I have to say, just on a personal level, I got to teach at a little preschool today and get our head and shoulders, knees and toes, and talked about our private bodies. And it just kind of brings home when you see a little 4 and 5 year old talking about it, how important and it is and how vulnerable so many of our kids are. So thank you for this acknowledgement for both the child abuse awareness and the sexual assault awareness, because again, a lot of this is silent. We don't hear it or see it, but we're working hard. So again, thank you for your participation and acknowledgement, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much, Allison. We all really appreciate the work that you guys do for our community.
Thank you.
Is that? Yes, Councilmember Thomas is wearing his pinwheel. All right, do we have any other comments out?
If anybody on Zoom would like to make a comment on items not on the agenda or items on consent agenda, please raise your virtual hand or unmute yourself. Seeing no further public comment.
Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the city manager's report.
Thank you. And if I could have the feed of the screen available. We have a fairly busy agenda today, so I will keep my city manager report brief, but I want to start by thanking everybody who was able to come out and provide input for the workshop number 2 for the general plan update last week. We had a workshop in the evening on Thursday and then another one on Friday morning. That was a hybrid participation. Those who were there in person were able to go through a number of exercises right there in person and provide their feedback, while those who were joining us online had the opportunity at their own pace to submit their feedback and do those exercises through the website. And we still welcome everyone, whether you were able to attend or not, to please go to the dedicated general plan update website, which is plansolving.com. There is exercises there for you to provide us with very important input, which focuses on existing issues, opportunities, our assets, and the vision for the future. So all of this input that we are receiving right now from this workshop number 2 is going to be analyzed by staff and by the consultant, and then we'll have a number of conversations and review by the General Plan Advisory Committee, by the Design Review Committee, the Plan Commission, and the City Council to start talking about the vision for the city of Solvang. We are at stage 2 of about a 6-step process, and the next workshop will take place in the summer, which will focus on alternative choices. So that will be really the meat of the conversation and the next step, where we'll be talking about, well, this is where we are today. This is the vision that we are hearing from you, community, that you want to see in the future. And here's some of the alternative and choices on how you could achieve that vision. So that will be another very important workshop to participate in. And once again, looking for everyone's input. Even if you weren't being able to attend, please go to the website and provide us with your ideas. Now, just a quick update on COVID-19. We are still, it's granted funding to receive the $1.1 million from the American Rescue Plan. However, there hasn't been instructions stated by the State of California Treasury. So that's the next step that we are waiting on, but they are required to submit the funds to us within 90 days. So that is a revenue we can already count on as far as our current fiscal year. On code of enforcement side, with COVID-19, I just want to remind everybody that we are still in modified conditions, that council has previously directed staff to allow temporary directional signs and banner type signs, and those are still in effect, so we're not enforcing those. But we have increased our presence in the TRC zone and downtown zone, including on the weekends, and we are being more proactive now with addressing especially any health and safety issues, and those would also include any signs or anything else being blocking pedestrian walkways and not allowing for safe passage and also the social distancing. Now, advanced calendar, over the next few months, we'll be busy with budget development. It's that time of the year. So today you have an item on the agenda where we will be talking about a number of programs and staffing levels and how we provide services in those operations. And then, and you're not being asked today to provide with or to make any decisions. It's just really informational to provide the information to everybody where we are and how we are operating today, given all the changes that happened with COVID-19. So at the next council meeting, April 26th, there will be a part 2 of this discussion, which will cover the rest of the city operations. And that will include the Public Works Department, which is our largest department, and all of their divisions. And we'll have some recommendations for going forward with that structure. It will also include discussion of the marketing contract, which is currently with IDK for marketing and events production for the city of Solvang. That contract is expiring as of current state on June 30, so the council will need to make some decisions there and give us direction. And the visitor center is another contract that is expiring on June 30. And just a reminder that that contract is currently not for a full-time operation. The visitor center is currently open 4 days a week. In May, we'll have a council goal setting, so we'll talk about what do you want to see accomplished over the next year, what are your priorities. And then you will be presented with a preliminary budget, which will include both operating budget and the capital improvement program. And the operating budget will be based on all the feedback that you provide today and then during the part 2 of your overview of operations. And then finally, when you hear about the preliminary budget, and that is your opportunity to provide with final feedback to staff on what else we should change, we will bring to you a final budget for adoption in June, having incorporated those changes. Now, advanced calendar for items that are not budget related. We had the discussion at the Planning Commission, at the last Planning Commission of the Skeet Mesa LLMD and the service levels that the City of Solvang provides to the Skeet Mesa LLMD. It is, the LLMD had some CCNRs and some restrictions on, or comments basically on what should be enforced in the district. However, it doesn't have a homeowners association. So the City of Solvang, when complaints come in to actually enforce those conditions, the City of Solvang bears that cost and that staffing. So some of the discussion and policy direction we will be looking for from the City Council, who is the body authorized with allocation of resources, for you to tell us how much resources you would like the city government to divert towards those efforts that are above and beyond of what we enforce elsewhere in the City of Solvang. And the next item will be the next step in our three-step approach to the wastewater treatment plant update. You have recently approved the $2.9 project for the first stage, the aeration system for the wastewater treatment plant, which was the heart of the project. We definitely recommended that. The next stage is going to be the larger upgrade and starting to look at the alternatives 3 versus 2 from prior discussions, where you will be presented with some technical information and staff recommendations on the cost and what those options look like, how those options would operate, and we would be looking for policy direction from you on which of the alternatives staff should pursue going forward. This would be a much larger upgrade for the phase 2, and that would require financing of the project. It would not be cash-based. Then we'll be bringing to you the water and wastewater fee study contract award. That is a work product that we would need to complete in order to do any financing for the wastewater treatment upgrade. We don't currently have a plan for the rates that would support that kind of upgrade. And we would also be looking at what kind of rates are needed to support current state of operations as well. Now I have here the Solving Trolley license amendment and renewal, so we'll be bringing that to you on a future agenda. The groundwater sustainability plan, I've invited Bill Buell for an overview presentation to the entire council. That is something that is, it's the first groundwater sustainability plan for the region based on state law changes that were enacted about 5 years ago. And he will basically explain to you where we've been, where we're going, and what the status of that is. In August, they will begin public participation on that subject matter. So I think it's timely for you all to be informed. And then the last one upcoming on the advanced calendar is the award construction agreement for the South Aliso pavement construction project. And that concludes my report.
Are there any questions of the report at this time?
No.
No? Not right now. So, next we have, Madam Clerk, would you please read item number 3?
Item number 3 is council comments, requests, and advanced calendar. Comments and requests from city council members. No actions will be taken at this meeting.
Is there anyone with comments?
Yes.
Myself as well.
Go ahead, Councilmember Thomas.
Had the opportunity to, again, view the library a couple weeks ago and get the tour and looking at the spaces and so forth. And we're having a discussion about, it's not big enough. Is there some other building that may be appropriate? But then they showed me a drawing that a local artist did of an expansion that would actually expand the current library to the west, that would include that sycamore tree out front, but not do any blockage of the Vets Hall. So I just put out there, if there's somebody out there that might like perhaps to have a naming opportunity and would like to look at, talk to the library about possibly funding something like that, that'd be a good thing to do. That's it.
All right, Councilmember Infante.
Thank you. I've also been looking into library things and talked to a couple of people. One of the options was potentially expanding into the courtroom right across the hall, which isn't being utilized right now. So I have been contacting people in Goleta, because it's a Goleta Solvang library. And the library is in a county building on county land, as is the courthouse. So there was something that crossed my mind as a possibility. Couple more things. I listened to a presentation from on the legislative actions on the new housing laws. There are a bunch, that's a technical term for lots of new bills being proposed that disturb me. The administration is coming up with all kinds of new housing requirements that are going to be even more onerous than the RENA requirement that we're getting now. It was just an upfront, here's stuff that could be happening. So just to let you know, there's some potential new ones coming out. I also listened to something called the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Alliance. Did you catch that?
MECO, yes.
Yeah. This is going to be ruled on by Santa Barbara County, and if the Board of Supervisors passes it, will make it possible for anybody to produce food in a home kitchen that they sell. Now, there's some limits, there's some fees, there's some things involved, there's security, safety, and that kind of stuff. And on May 11th, the Board of Supervisors is going to address that issue and see if and we're stuck with it. It's another one of these, it'll supervent or circumvent city codes. So this is Assembly Bill 377 and Assembly Bill 626 that we may be having to understand and supporting our community using those. That's it. Thank you.
Any other council members? I'd just give you a little update on some of the meetings I attended. I had the SBCAG meeting last week. Probably the biggest item that goes along with the housing was that they approved the formula for figuring out the RENA numbers. So we are at 191 for the city of Solvang to try to come up with for the next 8 years in our cycle, which was up from 176, I believe, prior. So that's probably the biggest one that we have going forth right now, trying to find the way they broke it down was, we had this low income, really low income, low, moderate, and there's 4 different categories that we will need to be trying to provide zoning for. So that's something that we'll be having in our housing element going forward with our general plan and trying to figure out how we can take care of some of those issues going forward. Interesting enough, it was all voted on. I believe it was a 12-1 vote with Carpinteria dissenting, mainly because they got stuck with a lot of the moderately priced, and they were hoping for more lower cost housing affordability for them. So that was probably the biggest takeaway from the SBCAG meeting. Then there was a couple of other meetings that I was able to attend. One was the Central Coast Mayors Coalition through the Cal Cities, and we had a presentation from Congressman Carbajal, and he was going over some of the new programs that are going to be available with the American Rescue Act funding. And I forwarded some of those to Zena with some of the programs that we might be able to take part in. Pretty much they're due this week, so I don't think we're going to be able to be a part of that, but it's something that we could look forward to down the road for possible funding in 2023 or 2022 at the end. And then there was one other meeting of the California Mayors Coalition that we had State Senator Alex Padilla, and he ran through essentially the same types of things. And so it was interesting to be able to attend a number of those meetings. So one of the other comments that I had was, I know with our general plan, I had made mention before to have Spanish language interpretation on there, and I appreciate the efforts that were made to get that PDF on there. But it's also problematic when we're asking the community to fill out a survey, and the survey is not available in Spanish. So I would ask if somehow we can get the 12 questions or whatever that amount of
We can do that,
survey
yes.
questions are in there, if we could get a Spanish language version, if I've been specifically asked for that. So I just wanted to see if we could get that rolling sooner than later, so we can get some of that
Yeah, we can get that
demographic.
done.
And then this week is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. So just give a shout out to all of the dispatchers and call takers from 911 that are answering the call 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. So I just wanted to thank you all for that. And I know that our area serviced by the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Dispatch Center. So if you see any dispatches that you know or call takers, give them a little thanks. And then just a little update on the food bank. We had last week, April 6th, there was, which is week now 55, so we're 3 weeks into the second year already, and we had 312 households served, breaking it down, 1,160 individuals. On the good news, that's down a little bit from what's happened before, and that could be a direct relation to now that we're starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel with the pandemic, that more and more people are starting to get jobs back and are able to feed. So I just thank you again for all of the volunteers that are part of that here in Solvang at Bethania, as well as with people helping people over at the mission. So we have 2 of those distributions, one on Tuesday and one on Thursdays. And then they're always looking for volunteers to help. Lastly, I just wanted to bring it forward, being that both of you were talking about the library. Last week at council session in Goleta, they approved discontinuing library late fees.
Oh, did they?
And they're saying that nationwide, if most of the libraries that have done that have seen an increase back of readers. And I just thought I want to bring that forward here, see if anybody would be interested. I guess it needs to be a city council thing. I can maybe look into that a little bit more, city manager, about with Carrie. And I don't know if that's something that we have control over because the city of Solvang is part of that, or if that was just Goleta and that takes care of ours.
Yeah, City of Solon contracts with the City of Goleta for management of the library.
So then I could think we are covered with that. Here, go ahead.
One last comment. Sorry, I don't recall. What is the current planning for the State of the City meeting?
So I have met with Tracy Beard from the Chamber, the Chamber will be helping out. We are also working with Esther from Everhoy Museum to both include the state of the city, as well as, once again, remember the 100th anniversary for the Chamber, as well as the 110th anniversary for the city of Solvang. Our preliminary thought would be that in a time frame of August, when hopefully we are more reopened, we will do something potentially at the Veterans Hall that will include the traditional help of the Chamber to reach out to our business community, as well as will be open to all residents of the city of Solvang.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's all I had for right now. And
If I can offer just a little piece of information on the library. The courthouse, that's sort of under the county, but the courts nowadays are their own separate entities. So anything that could be done would have to go through courts, which is a little bit even more difficult process than just going through the county.
I reached out to Megan Dietenhofer, who's the assistant for Joan Hartman, and she is going to the courts department and the real property in Santa Barbara to check on that for me as well.
Okay, sounds good. Wonderful. Thank you.
all right. So, and if we don't have any other items of discussion, we'll move on to consent agenda. Madam Clerk, can you read it out?
Consent agenda, we have approval of agenda as presented, approval of minutes of the regular city council meeting on March 22nd, 2021. Received monthly warrant register for months of February 2021. Approved budget adjustment for city clerk position for current fiscal year.
Do any council members have any items that they'd like to pull?
I do. I would like to pull item D.
Okay.
Would you like to approve consent agenda except for item D?
Can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda without item D?
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call,
Councilmember
please.
Clark?
Pardon me? Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Is there any discussion on item D?
Yeah, I know I'm outnumbered, but we're still in COVID. We have no elections for 1 year and 7 months. I think most council members know when to file their Form 460 and 700. Other than a couple of typos on some minutes or agenda packets, I just don't think it's 100,000 plus with benefits, close to $200,000 that we should be spending right now. And I think that we should put this off for another year. We don't have, like I said, we don't have any elections, which is the main job, or one of the main jobs of a city clerk position. And I think 100,000 plus could be used much, much better to do something on Copenhagen to make it look more appealing for the city or to help small businesses or anything else. And I just want to make that known.
Any other comments on that? Okay. And we need to have a motion for
If you could have a motion, if you would like to approve.
I'll move that we approve the budget adjustment for the city clerk position.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call,
Councilmember Clark?
No.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
4 yes, 1 no. Passes.
Moving on to regular public business.
First up, we have a public hearing. The title is SB1, Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account Project List for fiscal 2021-22, and our Public Works Director will present this item.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Uhrig and council members. Matt Vanderlinden, your Public Works Director and City Engineer. We have a very brief presentation. Hopefully we can find that. If not, I'll just present off the staff report. Okay, perfect.
What page are we on?
Should be on page 6. Isn't it? Thank you. No, sorry.
Page 40.
Page 4, thank you.
Okay, everybody can see that. Let me just say that. All right, sorry about that. All right, so this topic we're covering is the SB1 Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account for, and it's the project list for fiscal year 21-22. So SB1 is Senate Bill 1. It's a measure that was passed just a few years ago. So the Senate Bill 1 covers the Road Repair and Accountability Act that became law in 2017. It primarily consists of a 12-cent per gallon gasoline excise tax and a 20-cent per gallon diesel excise tax. The funds go to multiple programs for state highway maintenance, rail and transit, and grant programs such as the statewide active transportation program. And then the main program that impacts Solvang is the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account. That's the acronym RMRA. and that's specifically for local street and road maintenance programs. The RMRA funds are heavily maintenance focused. They're restricted to roadway, drainage, and transportation-related projects. The allocation for Solvang under the road maintenance and rehabilitation account is population-based allocation. So it's population-based statewide. And for fiscal year 21-22, the allocation estimate for Solvang is approximately $114,000. So it's not a huge amount, as you can see. That we can do some things, but it's not earth-shattering. Anyway, so projects that are to be implemented require a project list to be submitted to the California Transportation Commission, the CTC, and we're required to have a public hearing with a resolution and to implement a project and receive the funding. And then, so that happens in the spring of every year, kind of at the beginning of our budgeting process. And then in the fall, we have to submit an annual report on what projects were completed the prior year. So staff is recommending utilizing more flexible Measure A and general fund monies for pavement repairs, sidewalk, bicycle, and drainage projects, and focus on expanding the city's slurry seal program and pavement overlay projects with the RMRA funds. And we also recommend that we accumulate funds over 2 to 3 years. Since it's not that much, by accumulating the funds over 2 to 3 years, we can implement a larger project and attract more competitive bids as well by doing a larger project. And also simplifies our reporting and the administrative burden of implementing the program. And then, so for this coming fiscal year, we're recommending utilizing the funds for the South Alisal Road pavement reconstruction project. And I should mention that we've been accumulating funds from last fiscal year, this fiscal year, and then the funds that we received, that $114,000 next year, would be used to implement the South Alisal Road pavement reconstruction project. Oh, I should mention that South Alisal Road pavement reconstruction project, you probably remember hearing a little bit about it already. It's currently out to bid, and the planned budget for the project is $2.1 million. So we have $600,000 in Measure A circulation improvement funding. We have approximately $800,000 in our Measure A local streets and roads program. And then we have approximately $300,000 of this SB1 road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding. And so we're proposing to only have to utilize approximately $400,000 of general fund to implement this $2.1 million project. So the next step is for the City Council to open a public hearing, and then after hearing public comment, close the public hearing, and then provide any discussion or direction, questions to the staff, and provide direction to staff regarding the project list, and adopt a resolution approving the project list. So as shown in the staff report, the project list, again, because we're only receiving a small amount of money every year, the project list just consists of one project for next year. So anyway, which is that South Alisal Road pavement project. So that concludes the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions of the staff report at this time? I just have one, Matt.
Yes.
Can you clarify what that length of the project is for 2.1 mil?
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's approximately 1.8 miles. So it's a pretty good stretch. So it's, yeah.
Where does it start?
It starts at the bridge, right, crossing the San Ynez River and goes to the southerly city limits. So it's that whole entire lengthy
That
stretch.
whole length.
So, yeah, and if you've driven it, you've seen, it's pretty much one of the worst streets in the city, and it is considered an arterial because other than Mission Drive and Alamo Pontado Road, it's the other main exit point and from entrance exit point into the city, and it's also used heavily by bicyclists and pedestrians, you know, walking along that stretch, and it's an emergency, you know, exit access point.
So you did mention pedestrians and bikes. Is there going to be widening as part of this project to be able to accommodate bikes?
That's a
and
really good
pedestrians?
question. So we looked at two different options for widening. One was to widen the road to fit a full 6-foot wide bike lane on each side. That was astronomically expensive. We looked then, okay, well, what if we just widen it a few feet and just leave, you know, and kind of improve the shoulders. That was also going to be add another $2 million to the project, yeah. Well, the problem is, if you drive along there and you take a close look, you'll see, but there's a few locations where the east edge of the road is not that far from the top of the bank of Alisal Creek. So the creek, the creek kind of meanders, but there's a couple places where it's really pinched and it's really close. And then on the west side of the road, you'll see there's a few places where there's steep cuts. And so we would not construct a road that way today, but when it was built in the 1930s, or first improved in the 1930s, they made it wide enough for vehicles by cutting into these slopes. And the slopes are very steep. And the Alisal Ranch property, so you got these steep slopes. The Alisal Ranch property line fencing is at the top of the slope in a number of these locations. So to widen the road, we would have to cut that slope back, and they have a ranch road right on the other side of that fence in a lot of places. So we'd have to relocate the ranch road to cut the slope back, or if we kept it vertical with a retaining wall, you're talking expensive retaining walls. So, so that's why, and there's a few places like that. So we'd have these long, really tall retaining walls that just get really super expensive quick. So what we are doing is, so we basically were not able to do either of those options. But what we are doing is, there's a few places where the road width is only like 20, 21 feet. And so we're establishing a minimum road width for those areas of 23 feet. So we have basically 11.5 foot. We basically have 11-foot lane with, you know, a foot for the double yellow striping in the middle. So that's improving it a little bit. It's not much. It's not going to help the bicyclists or pedestrians, but it will make it safer for drivers along there and less potential for them to veer off the road. Then in addition to that, we're going to be adding bicycle signage to alert drivers of bicyclists. We're going to be painting the Share the Road sharrows on the pavement along the whole length. And then we will be reducing the speed limit from 45 miles an hour down to 40 and replacing all the speed limit signs. So we're taking those few measures to make it safer for the bicyclists and pedestrians.
All right, thank you. There's no other questions of council. Is there any public comment at this time?
Open the public hearing. If anybody would like to make a comment on this item in person, please come up. If anybody would like to make a comment on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand or unmute yourself. Seeing no public comment.
Okay, so public hearing is now closed. bring it back to council for discussion and action. Does anyone have any additional comments, or is there a motion to?
I'll make one comment. I mean, I know we can't put toothpaste back in tubes, but if the 28 different items on here where this money is earmarked, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, where the money's going, not specific, but funds should be used by Caltrans, not specific, not specific, not specific. $5 million for University of California and $2 million for California State Universities. It's just, it reminds me of government run amok, and we'll figure out where to spend the money. I mean, 12 cents a gallon on gasoline for how many millions of drivers in California is an awful lot of money, and we're getting $113,000. And I know it's geared towards population, but it's just another example of California loves to spend, and they don't know where the money's going to go.
Any other comments? We have a motion?
Do we need to approve this specific plan? Is that what it is?
You need to approve the resolution approving this
Resolution?
plan.
Then I'll move that we approve the resolution.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Protem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Euring.
Yes.
Passes 4 yes, 1 no.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 6.
Item number 6 is Solving Festival Theater sidewalk improvement proposal. So as you may know, the Solving Festival Theater has been going through a fundraising campaign and gearing up and now moving forward with an update to their structural of the facility to address some of the safety issues and also improve the acoustics and the performance of the theater. This project has been reviewed by the Planning Commission and was approved to go forward. Since this project was initiated and there is a large area of sidewalk right in front of it, our Public Works Director had suggested that along the lines of the city's standing tradition to, when we improve sidewalks in the downtown area, we try to replace them with brick sidewalks instead of just regular sidewalks to improve the look and feel of our downtown. And so the thought was that if we could combine forces and have some economies of scale here while the Solving Festival Theater is making improvements to their facility, for them to also manage and assist us and combine our collective costs to make an improvement to the sidewalk, which is the city's property, right, in front of the theater. With that, we have looked at some costs, and the proposal is that the city would contribute $56,000 towards this improvement. However, it has come to our attention that we may still need to take care of some of the prevailing wages issues in here. So the proposal and the ask of the council today that if you would like us to take opportunity and move forward with this project, which would be timely to decide now because they are moving forward with update or upgrade to the Theater Fest, that you would authorize me to enter into agreement and would approve a budget adjustment from the general fund reserves of $56,000 towards this project, and would also authorize me to increase that budget amount for up to $15,000 to address prevailing wages. And that concludes my report at this time, but we are all available here for any questions. Our Public Works Director is available, as well as the project team from the Solving Theater.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
I have one question. So, I mean, the minute we tried to help the Festival Theater with $56,000, the union comes in and mentioned to you, you can't do that. The sidewalk can't be done because it's the city involved, and the city's money's using that, it's got to be prevailing wage. So we're not allowed to help people save money.
Correct. So this would be, our determination is that this would be subject to prevailing wage. We just need to make sure that what I'm asking for is 56,000 doesn't fully address that issue. So that's why I'm asking to get authorization to increase that spending by another $15,000, subject to verification of the prevailing wage requirements. So it would basically update that quote with that requirement.
So in reading that email, and I'm sure everyone here received that email about the prevailing wage, anything over $5,000 kicks in a prevailing wage when it's coming from a public entity. Is that requiring Mr. Nielsen and the project there to have everything prevailing wage, or is it just for
The sidewalk.
Just
the
that portion.
sidewalk only?
Sidewalk only, and then city attorney can jump in if.
I just want a clarification on that, because I don't want to jeopardize the rest of the project with, I'm sure you have a number of volunteers that are probably helping out as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's the contribution of the public funds that turns this into a prevailing wage issue. It's, I don't think there's a lot of room for interpretation on that. The union oversight people who follow this type of thing may take a different position on whether or not it applies to the entire project as opposed to just the city portion of the project. But the fact of the matter is that there's only a small portion that is being done with public funds, only a small portion that is actually being done on public property. If this came down to a situation where it was going to endanger the Theater Fest's project, I think staff would probably recommend to the city council that the city not contribute any funds to it to avoid having the prevailing wage attached to the entire project. But we can certainly take a look at it and make a determination. If it does endanger that, then we would come back to the council and just let you know that staff is not recommending expenditure of any city funds at this time.
I was
Go
just
ahead,
going to
Matt.
mention, the other alternative, since it sounds like it's required to pay prevailing wages for the sidewalk work, the other alternative would be to just have the city implement the project and add it onto some other future project. Because the main benefit would be to avoid prevailing wage rates and then have it incorporated with their whole project and done at the same time. But if that's going to jeopardize their project in any way, then we could implement it as a separate city project later on.
How much time for this to be investigated enough that puts a timeline, I'm sure they have, as a construction timeline of when they need to have an answer of when they expect so that they can plan forward with their architectural plans for the sidewalk and everything. But
The determination is something we do at the staff level very quickly. I mean, we're not talking more than a couple days. It's just something that I need to run to ground from a legal standpoint to make sure that it doesn't endanger the entire project. If it does, what I would suggest is the council give direction that if that is the case, that staff be directed not to expend that money and reserve the money for a later time so that the city can do the project itself. But the legislature made it very difficult, even for charter cities a number of years ago, to escape from prevailing wage. Solvang went ahead and adopted an ordinance in about, I think, 2015 that does impose that requirement on public works. And a public work is defined as a contribution in this case.
And no good deed goes unpunished.
So you could, if the city council so inclined, approve it with that condition, and the staff could follow that condition that you.
so I know that the benefit theoretically was what we were going to be saving overall, but is that not the case now because of this?
Well, Matt can probably speak to it more on that issue, but I think it's more of a mobilization issue, that this is an opportunity to have the work done, and it was all part of one project rather than doing this discrete portion of the sidewalk by itself. Since they were going to be doing the work, there was going to be disruption anyway, so it was more convenient to do it that way. I don't know that it was so much a cost issue.
Okay.
Well, it's both benefits, which now we've lost the one, but yeah, it makes sense to do it in conjunction with the rest of their work, and they could schedule it and coordinate it with all of their work.
Please.
My name's Chris Urquidez. I'm the owner's representative for the Solvang Festival Theater, and Chris Nielsen, who's chairman of the board, and Mr. Mayor and council and staff, thank you for having us tonight. Just to add one part of that, there would still be some savings because we don't have this in our budget, but we have, as a team, decided we would contribute the design costs, which of the total budget are about $15,500, as well as another $10,000 into the project. So those benefits would still be there, even if we do have to treat it as a prevailing wage project. The other thing, this just came to us that it may need to be prevailing wage, but we did some quick thinking that we possibly could handle it as a separate project. So we would create a separate bid package, and it would be disconnected from the other project if that would help with the union intervention.
That probably would. But hard to say.
We'll have to take a look at it. I know that separating out or parceling out projects as an attempt to get around prevailing wages looked at very dimly by unions. So we want to make sure that we're doing it correctly and get the taxpayers the best value for the dollar.
Right. What is the actual project for the bricks? Is it from the Mole
Yeah,
down
it's the-
to
yes.
Second, or
Yeah,
just
no,
to the
it's-
driveway?
Yeah, to the driveway, yeah. So it's basically from Mole, the access ramp there, all the way along the entire frontage to the driveway, like at the back, the loading area.
Is the
kind of.
footprint still the same, or is it going to be a little wider?
The footprint would be pretty much the same.
Along the fence line?
There's some modifications with their project that will reduce the width of the sidewalk. There's that planter there and the stairway that comes down, so there's some minor
Right.
adjustments there. But yeah, basically the same.
Okay. All right. So there's no other,
Thanks, Chris.
yeah, thank you, Chris. And Chris. If there's no other comments on here, we'll take it out to public comment.
If anybody would like to make a comment on this item, please come up if you're in person or raise your virtual hand on Zoom. Seeing no public comments.
Seeing that, okay. We have any other questions, or can we have a motion?
You're looking at me, I can tell.
Well,
It's because I'm
just
always
how
open
to-
my mouth. That's fine.
Okay, so we can authorize to move forward as long as our, contribution doesn't mess up with the budget that the whole project has, that the prevailing wages issue just applies to the specific
Side-
project
the
that
sidewalk.
we are
Yeah,
working, which
sidewalk.
is the sidewalk, yeah.
And with an increase of 15,000, I think you said?
Right, so if you would authorize a budget adjustment of up to $71,000, it would be limited to whatever is needed for that contract.
That's your motion?
Yes, that is my motion.
I'll second it.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurg.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
What was that?
I think we have a mouse.
It was a thespian.
All right. Moving on to item number 7, and then we'll take a short break after that.
Item number 7 is the water wheel project in consideration of parking in lieu fee waiver. If I
Thank
could
you.
just have the screen up, just so we have a visual. This is the building, and these colors here you see is what's been proposed and looked at by the Planning Commission. It's a building that has been sitting in not developing, not moving type of stage for about 5 years. We've actually had to interfere and have the property be secured and become safe again before the new owner had purchased the property. Now, the new owner has proposed this project, which is a renovation. These are the colors. This is what it will look like. But it's basically returning the property to its original use. We did take this to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council, which this is at City Council authorization, would waive the parking in lieu fees based on the fact that back when this project was originally approved, it was within the County of Santa Barbara before incorporation, and all parking requirements for this type of use were met at the time. So the request is that the City Council, in alignment with the Planning Commission recommendations, would waive the parking in lieu fees of $197,536, which would be subject to current regulations if those were to be applied.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
Yes, so my understanding is that there are no records of in lieu of parking fees paid. We just assume that it was approved because there it is, it was built and it was used with the amount of parking that it has now, which I understand that they're actually adding parking spaces.
They are adding some parking spaces, yeah, so there's some improvements. Lori, do you have any details? We have Lori Tamura, our planning consultant, with us, or there she goes.
Yes, I'm available for questions. Could you?
So the question is how many parking spots they added since the original use for the water wheel project?
Yeah, the original development plan that was approved through the county, there were 15 parking spaces identified. Through the Planning Commission review, there were some modifications of design that were allowed, and we were able to get up to 26 spaces. The Planning Commission requested that we work with the applicant, and there may be 2 additional spaces that could be laid out if the trash enclosure is moved and a shed is removed. So yes, we did get approval by the Planning Commission for modifications to allow more parking on the site.
Thank you.
So just confirming, you said 26, and on the recommendation B, parent A, it says to allow 24. Just confirming it's 26 or 24?
The 26 was if the shed is removed. And so, we're working towards 26 based on the final design of the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other questions?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
When did we go from, I know the original owner came in and the original new owner, when it was bought back in 2011, I think, or 2012, when did it change from hotel to retail?
So this building has been purchased by a new owner, I want to see, within the past year. And I believe the new owner is here to answer any questions. And it's with this current owner of the property that the project changed from being proposed as a hotel to original use.
Thank you.
What would you like me to answer, sir?
No, nothing. Just when did you, it really wasn't even, I didn't need you to answer the question. I apologize. But I just remember when we first set it up as a hotel, and I was just curious when did you come in and decide to make this a retail establishment? Which I'm very, very happy about. Thank you.
Yes,
It's been an eyesore for 12 years.
So are we. We actually revisited the project. Due to codes, we would literally have to take the infrastructure and reinforce it. It would be, the previous, no offense, I don't know the guy, but I think he was being taken, that he had a bid for $7 million. I could do it for far less, but it'd still be in the millions because everything has to be, literally every post, everything has to be refitted. It just doesn't make sense. It's cheaper for me to knock it down and build it if I had to build another one.
Okay.
So, no. You know, I'm Jewish, we're cheap. So,
Oh, my goodness. We'll hear about that
we-
tomorrow.
We looked at it, we, you know, we went to our design person that I've been using for years. She's actually from SciArc. I have another architect, he's from SciArc, and we looked at it. We tried to figure out ways to do some cool things. The problem turned out to be that if we went towards anything that had to do with technically being a residence, then it would become a structural nightmare. So, you know, what we would like to do eventually, if it works out, is obviously take to retail. We do have a couple of end caps that we could do little bakeries or little delis, and I think that would be a very big plus. The only reason we didn't present it is because we're worried about parking. And if, you know, I personally been here several times before COVID and after COVID, and I truly believe it wouldn't be a problem, but that's not for me to judge, it's for you guys. But I do believe that if we have a little bit of a leeway when time comes when we're doing tenant improvement, because obviously we might be able to get some really good tenants in there. We actually are restaurateurs ourselves, me and my business partner. We have a lot of restaurants, we know what we're doing, and we believe that if we are able to do that, we could create a great atmosphere there. Especially because we're taking the courtyard there and turning it into a flat surface where there'll be some seating. We could actually do live entertainment in that area, which would be kind of public, to be honest. And it kind of fits a theater theme that we're going for in this area. So that's kind of what we went with the project afterwards. And the color scheme is actually from these SciArc peoples to bring vibration to the area. So would love to do a hotel, but sorry, not happening.
Either way, I'm just happy you're here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, I appreciate it. So any questions I could answer?
For that one floor, if I remember right, I think it's the third floor.
Attic, you mean?
Maybe it's the attic. Isn't there like a small little theater upstairs somewhere?
No, but if you want to allow me to do it, I'm happy to do it. I mean, I'll do that tomorrow for you.
At one time, I had an office actually on the second floor of that,
No
a
kidding.
while back.
But will you still do dollar hot dogs?
Maybe you're Jewish. I'm not-
I like kosher.
But no, we actually, the Pachi's Pizza that you see on there is actually one of our brands. It's a deep dish Chicago style that we might have a franchisee take the spot. We're not sure. We also propose the Gigi's Cupcakes on the side, which is one of our
Franchisee.
other brands. You know, so that's kind of what we're going for. It won't be $1. You can get a $4 cupcake, though. I mean, I think it's expensive.
Standard.
But, yeah, so that's kind of where we're going with it. That's the theme of our place, to create vibration, fit the theater theme. You know, upstairs where the attic is, we're gonna cut it up, make it into little offices. We're hoping to attract a different set of people, you know, that might need an office with very little lighting.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Can we have a motion?
One quick question. He brought up the word franchise, which is something that I don't know if he knows about Solvang's rules and regs and whatnot, but
Better let him know now.
that's not,
Yeah, we have a formula restaurant ordinance in Solvang. So if you have questions about whether a specific franchise would be allowable under that, it's only applicable in the TRC area. And as a result, you don't see a lot of formula restaurants in Solvang. There are a couple that came in, like Subway and Domino's, that predated that. But formulaic restaurants that have chains or franchises are tightly regulated in the TRC.
We'll rent it, no problem. I hate the business anyways.
Don't
you
blame
said you were
me.
good at it.
You know, COVID, it makes you good at nothing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Right. Can we have a motion?
Sure, I'll move. We approve what is it? We're going to disapprove the parking in lieu fee. Is that right?
You approve
Wait.
waiver.
We're,
Approve
Approve
a
a
waiver
waiver.
for the parking in lieu fee. Thank you.
Of the 197,536, right?
Correct.
And I'll second.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes?
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
And before we move on, I think we'll just take a little 5-minute break.
Thank you.
That's okay. We'll be right back.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
8:20.
gonna do it are people that don't know how to stay in business. It's for their-
How are you, Jenny? Good. Long day.
All right, we're back,
How are you?
8:30, and moving on to item number 9. Madam Clerk, would you read the title?
Item number 9 is financial forecast for fiscal year 2021 budget development. If I could have the screenshot for council and public.
Sorry, that was item 8, my mistake.
So this item is basically to give you an overview of where we are financially in all of our major operating funds. This provides you with the background information for your decision making as you consider different approaches to the providing services over the next fiscal year and how much you would like to allocate towards different programs based on your long-term financial fiscal health. Overall message at this point, I think, is good, given everything that we have been through over the past year. I would say that it is a path to stability is where we are. We are definitely starting to see a lot more people in town now that the stay-at-home orders have been lifted. Solvang tends to recover well from those economic shocks because when people can't travel to Europe, they can still travel to Solvang, and we have the basin of Los Angeles that we definitely benefit from a lot. So having said that, we are starting to see better revenues on preliminary data coming in the current months. We also have the good news once again of the American Rescue Plan, which gives us $1.1 million on a total loss of about $2 million that we lost throughout this time. Now I would like to turn towards how are we structured in terms of our funds and our funding structure for the city for the major operating funds. Well, the general fund comes, as you know, about 50% of it comes from our TOT, our bed tax. We are very reliant, once again, on TOT. We are the third most dependent city in the state of California in our reliance on TOT compared to reliance on sales tax or the combination thereof. About 15% of revenue for the general fund comes from sales tax, and then the rest from different fees for services primarily, as well as property tax. The general fund funds all of our general operating programs. The largest one is, of course, the law enforcement services. It also funds the library contract, all of our administrative costs, IT, finance, HR. We are heavily subsidized in parks and recreation, and also majority of or a good portion of building planning is also not reimbursed through fees and is funded with this revenue. Then we have the water and wastewater, which are what you would call enterprise funds, which means that they run like a business. The idea is that this is very critical infrastructure, and that critical infrastructure should be funded by stable source that comes from that service itself. So you want to have 100% recovery from your fees for services for your water and wastewater. And there's different ways of structuring those fees with the set rates, base costs, as well as variable costs. So that is something that we would be looking through and making recommendations for the future rates through our water and wastewater studies. And then we also have the transit fund, which is really one that we don't talk about very often because it's primarily funded by the federal and state dollars as well as the ticket sales. So this is a little bit of a small print here, but to look at our TOT, last year we had collected $3.3 million in TOT. We had, prior year to that, it was $4.5 million, so there was over $1 million drop due to COVID-19 in fiscal year 2019-20. Right now, we're at $2 million through January. Generally speaking, we are still staying on track with what was budgeted, which is at about $2.8 million to get through the end of the year. At this point, I'm not recommending just yet making any significant adjustment in that expectation, but preliminary data for February is coming in strong. So I expect this projection to do a little bit better than we originally estimated, and especially as we continue to recover into the summer months, hopefully we'll be getting much closer to normal levels of our TOT collection towards the summer months. With sales tax, we are actually right on target with our forecast, and sales tax really hasn't dropped that much. We are actually somewhat in line with prior year's collections. So sales tax is doing well, not a big drop there. Now I want to talk through some of the financial uncertainties or uncertainties that will cause some financial burdens potentially. Just as we look at some of the positive forecasts that I will go to next, there are still uncertainties and risk factors that we need to be mindful of. So there's, of course, continued potential of outbreaks for COVID-19 and further economic shutdowns. We don't know for sure, even though we're looking at a positive framework with vaccinations and all of our numbers going down. With a pandemic like that, there is, of course, no guarantee. Now, the national economy has never experienced an economic shock of this magnitude caused by COVID-19. So even though we have all these programs from the federal level and state level, it's an unprecedented economic event. So we'll still have to see how well the national economy will recover. Now, the city is on the water side and pressures and costs. The city is entering into another drought, which will cause changes in water operations. That is an item that is on your agenda later today. And when we enter a drought, when we procure additional water, obviously that comes with additional cost. Now the city is considering phase 2, the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, and I'm just kind of putting, but it's going to be in the millions of dollars, along the lines of 10 plus minus millions of dollars, which would require rate support and financing of that project if the council decides to move forward with that. Back on the general fund side of things, law enforcement services contract is currently under dispute, and the original proposal by the county was an increase of 37% over the prior year. I have baked some increases into the forecast that is shown in front of you, but not the full extent of that amount. And then we have an unfortunate kind of a forecast from CalPERS. They are currently going through another update of assumptions that they do periodically. And one of those assumptions that drives our costs the most is, of course, the expectation of the rate of return. So about 5 or so years ago, they went through this process, at which point they had lowered the interest rate of return from 7.5% to 7%. That caused a lot of headache for all participating agencies in the state and the cities. There's been a lot of pushback back then to CalPERS to not lower it anymore and to also smooth out those impacts. But the result of that change was that the payments that municipalities were expected or required to pay to CalPERS doubled over a period of 10 years. So they're talking seriously about considering of lowering the rate of return from 7% to 6.5%. So you would expect a similar impact again to all of our municipalities as we saw about 5 years ago. Moving on to the next slide. Is the first forecast, and this is the general fund forecast. So here this is not the detailed look yet. So as we start from the big picture, kind of just looking at trends over a long period of time, then we'll move into actually creating a detailed budget. So numbers will shift some, especially based on your feedback that you provide throughout these hearings. But this is what it looks like, including the proposed recommendations that you will be hearing about from staff today and also on April 26th. So you have here revenues are in blue, expenditures are in orange, and the fund balance is in gray. So you can see that back in 2017-18, for example, our revenues were greater than our expenditures. Our fund balance was growing. In 2019, 2020, 2021, our revenues have dipped because of COVID-19. Our expenditures also dipped because of the changes to the budget, and it was a balanced budget. Looking forward, I've included, as I have mentioned, the recommendations that you will be hearing today and tomorrow. I have not included the entire increase of the CALP or of the Sheriff's Department. There's no increases at this point baked into this for any CalPERS changes because that hasn't happened at this point. But you can see that expectation into the future is that revenues will continue to recover. We'll get back to our normal levels. Expenditures are also increasing. And then there is the need for capital improvement program. And so there's some rough numbers in there for continuous influx of funds into capital improvement program. So you can see that we continue to have throughout this outlook through 2024-25, we still have healthy fund balance for our reserves, and we are also doing some good work in terms of contributing towards our infrastructure. So this is a positive long-term fiscal outlook for the general fund, I would say. Now, on the water fund, did kind of a similar thing with the decrease of the fund balance to where there is a continuous influx of about $1 million a year into infrastructure. But you will see that our revenues throughout that time do not meet our expenditures. The last time the water rates were increased for the city of Solvang were implemented, I believe, are in 2015. There hasn't been any other rate increases, and we also haven't done a rate study since that time, and it's due. There is good news on the water fund. Through CCWA, there is a payment that is dropping off, indeed. And it's the only debt that we were paying for CCWA. They were able to refinance those bonds. And starting in year 22-23, we are seeing a decline in expenditures towards CCWA of almost $800,000. So that is helping, and that is within this forecast. Now, wastewater fund is the one that is troublesome in terms of fiscal outlook. We did just move forward with the phase 1 aeration upgrade, which was highly recommended by staff. However, we have, by doing that, used practically all of the fund reserves to fund this project. So, and our expenditures clearly on ongoing basis exceed our revenues. So what this tells us that starting in next fiscal year 21-22, we are looking at a negative fund balance. So that would be an internal borrowing essentially of cash. And I would recommend streamlining and moving forward with the wastewater fee study as quickly as possible and putting that through the Prop 218 process. And that should also include studying of the future infrastructure. And that concludes my report, if you have any questions.
Are there any questions of the staff report at this time? Go ahead, member.
A couple of questions. In your graph of the general plan, I'm sorry, general funding, did that include the $1 million aid that's coming in?
It does, yes.
And it's still dropping like that. Interesting. Okay. Help me a little bit with understanding the past. 2 or 3 city council ago, there was some kind of a water issue passed that there was a suit, and we ended up having to spend a whole bunch of money every year to pay off this process. I think it was in the $900,000 a year. And doesn't that end this year?
Was that the state water tie-in that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Is it the table A water supplemental purchase? So what happened a couple of years ago, that there was a transfer made from general fund for a specific one-time supplemental water purchase. We are still going through the process of actually being able to acquire it, and it will probably take a couple more years before we actually can. But there's about $800,000 of general fund money sitting in the water fund for that purpose, and we just carry it over year from year.
And we pay that every year until?
We don't pay it, it's just, the money was transferred and put into water fund from general fund, and it's just sitting there until we are able to make the purchase.
Not sure I understand.
So it's an accounting transaction, right? There's 2 different funds, and you take $800,000 and put it and earmark it for that purpose, but we are not actually paying it.
Okay. All right. Wastewater fund study. Do we get to approve that tonight? Say to go forward?
So we just completed an RFP, and we shortlisted a few companies. So this week and next week, we'll be doing interviews with those companies. Once we select the company that we proposed, then it would come to you for contract approval.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, in that, some of the shortfalls, that slide you showed up, do we know, when was the last time that CalPERS actually hit their expected returns? Do we know that?
It's been a while, but I mean, the way you look at it, there's the that year's return, there's the mid-range return, there's the long-range expected return. So when we talk about these, 30, 20-year actuarial studies, what we're talking about is the long-range rate of return, and that's where it's the actuaries' opinions on past experience and expectations as to what they would be able to hit into the future. But yes, CalPERS has been consistently underperforming, which is why, or it's part of the why there is this significant unfunded liability. Some of it is also due to the fact that back in the days when the plan was superfunded, they gave all sorts of benefits without changing actuarial assumptions, and so now all of that is catching up. And then finally, we used to have 2 working employees before to pay for 1 retiree. Now we have 2 retirees because people live longer per 1 working person. So that puts another strain on the fund.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, 50 basis points projection drop doubles our CalPERS cost for 10 years. And that's one of the reasons why I'm just so wary of bringing back employees, especially at higher salaries that are high CalPER recipients for the rest of their lives.
Right, and obviously the classic employees PEPRA, that's the plan that's really the one that carries large unfunded liability, and that fund, the actuarial analysis does include expectation of future earnings, so the more people you have on payroll in your classic plan, the higher will be the calculation for your actuarial liability going forward.
Are there any other questions? Is there any public comment on this at this time? There's no.
We'll probably go to public comment instead.
Yeah, I think we go to public comment.
Would anybody like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand using the virtual hand. Or unmute yourself. Seeing no comment.
There's no action to take on this, just to receive
It's
the
just to receive and
report.
file informational.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me read the title. Item number 9, let's get that correct.
All right, item number 9 is the first of the series of having discussions about operating programs and service levels. So this is service levels and operating programs review session 1. Today we'll be covering the following programs, which is information technology, finance, human resources, communications, recreation, planning and building, code enforcement, and just a brief overview of emergency operations. I do have a consultant and a couple of employees here with us who will be contributing to the presentations. So I would like to start, and just the way, as I've said before, this is set up is for you to just review the operations of where we've been, where we are, how we are operating today, what are our staff recommendations for going forward, or some options for your consideration. If you can provide just your overall feedback on whether you would like to see service levels at a different level in any of those areas. If you have any feedback on the proposed organizational changes, we'll take that feedback here today, and then again for the other remaining operations on April 26th, and then we'll incorporate that into the recommendations for the preliminary budget, which will be a lot more detailed and polished out at that point. So information technology. Information technology for the City of Solvang has always been a contracted out service. The City of Solvang used to contract for information technology with a smaller local firm, which was basically one individual servicing the city's technology. And of course, with evolution of information technology, we all know how quickly things are developing, and it really takes different professionals within different IT expertise nowadays to be able to provide full scope information technology services. Now, we are definitely too small to have our own information technology department. It would just not be cost effective. So currently we are contracting with a contractor, Landspeed, and I have a representative here today on information technology. So if Chris would come up and make your presentation.
Well, thank you. And Mayor Uhrig and City Council members, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chris Chergwin. I'm the owner of Landspeed and have been the owner since 2005. We are local. My office is in Buellton. I live in Buellton. And we have team members all up and down the Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, and San Luis Obispo County. So we work with other cities. We work with schools and businesses, and we provide the IT services that those organizations need. And so we've worked here at the City of Solvang since late 2019, when we came in and immediately underwent several projects to bring the city more up to speed with your IT needs. So we've done a lot of those projects. Your backups are now in the cloud. Prior to that, they were not. Your security is now at a much better level than it was prior to that. And so we're continuing to just look at how do we make sure that the city is being in good hands in terms of following the due diligence and best practices of IT today. And so we provide that IT support for all the city council staff. We meet with Zena and David and have IT strategy sessions throughout the year as well. We look towards the future, and you just want to make sure that IT that is in alignment with where the City of Solvang wants to go. And so the day-to-day support, the IT strategy, the monitoring of your systems, all of that is what we provide. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We could talk about some of the work we've done or some of the potential upcoming projects.
Chris, I think it would be good for you to kind of summarize the work that we've done over the last year.
Absolutely, yeah. So I prepared a report. I don't know if you've seen that, but there have been about close to a dozen pretty significant projects that we've undertaken since we took over about 18 months ago. One of the first ones was cybersecurity project. So prior to coming in, there were just some limited security functionalities here at the city in terms of protecting your data, protecting your network, training your users, the staff on some of the cybersecurity best practices. And so some of the things that we've done is we have implemented a new, much higher level business class, enterprise class firewall system. So now at the perimeter of your network here, you have a very good, robust firewall that's inspecting all the traffic coming into and out of your network. We also just recently did that at the wastewater treatment plant. You may have heard about several mainstream breaches that happened in other states with other wastewater treatment plants. And so we immediately made sure that we've secured that as best as realistically possible. So they have a new firewall down there as well. All of the devices, laptops, workstations, servers that are here also have industry-leading cybersecurity, endpoint protection. So most people know it as antivirus or anti-malware. It's that, but on steroids. It's more of an enterprise-level system that helps protect all of your devices as well. So that was a large cybersecurity project that we've undertaken, and on top of that, we also monitor what's happening as well. So we're able to detect when something strange happens or there's anomalies or things like that. So we have a dedicated team that's constantly just monitoring the network and looking at traffic and things like that. We also, when we came in, we realized that the data that's on your servers and the applications that the city uses to run your organization were not being as backed up efficiently as they should have been. And so what we've done is we've implemented a new backup process and a new backup procedure and appliance that does basically snapshots of all of your applications, all of your data, multiple times a day. So it stores those locally here, and then it also sends those applications and those data to 2 different data centers, one on the east coast of the U.S. and one on the west coast of the U.S. If there was a major disaster that happened here, your staff here would still be able to access all of your applications and all of your data from those data centers, either on the east coast or the west coast of the U.S. So that was another project that we did about 12 months ago. So I know Zena sleeps better at night knowing that everything is backed up properly. One of the other things we noticed when we came in was that a lot of the cabling, just the physical cabling, the Ethernet cabling in the walls was really outdated, and it was limiting the speeds of network traffic. And so most of that cabling has been redone over the last year. And then we also implemented new switching appliances. And switches are what basically, if you think about the cable that either plugs into your laptop or your workstation or the server, or even the cable that plugs into your wireless access points on the ceiling, all those are still cabled, and those all have to be then direct. Those cables all have to come into an appliance that basically manages all that traffic. So those were really outdated. We put in new switches to allow much higher traffic or performance of the network. So that was another project that we did along with that the new cabling. We've also migrated most of your aging servers. So the city has several old servers that house the applications and data. Most of those have been retired. I believe there might be one remaining that still hasn't been retired, but that's been an ongoing project to migrate away from those and migrate towards the cloud. You've all heard of the cloud. The city has largely migrated to the cloud. There's still some work to be done there, but their email, their files, things like that, for the most part, are now in Microsoft Office 365, which is what's very common for most organizations today to use. So that was a project that we've gone through. The phone systems was another one. The phone systems were really outdated. In the last year, we have implemented a new cloud-based voice over IP, so an internet-based phone system. And that's been much, much easier for the staff to be able to manage phone, their voicemail, phone traffic, call trees, things like that. So that was a large undertaking, and that's been taken care of as well. The internet speeds here have been significantly increased. So that's helped the end users to be able to, or the staff to be able to do their jobs better because they're not waiting on slow internet. So there's now fiber internet here to the city. So those are an overview of the projects that we've undertaken literally in the last 12 to 18 months. So we've been really busy getting those projects done. But I believe, and I strongly feel that the city is now in much, much better hands in terms of the infrastructure that you have to allow the staff to be able to do their jobs, to be secured, and to know that there's business continuity in place in the event of a disaster.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Councilmember Infante,
Who else?
please take it away.
A couple of questions real
Yes.
quick. You replaced most of the cabling. You're going to replace the remainder of it?
There are plans in place to get that done. The remaining cabling is not as critical in places where it's not as important as what's already been done. So,
Fair enough.
yeah.
I believe it's Civic Plus that handles the website.
Correct.
So if I go to the website and I log on, I pull up a document out of our system. Is that coming out of your area? How does the website access documents that I thought you were doing with the cloud-based servers?
So Civic Plus, they host their own software. And so application or documents that are tied into Civic Plus would be in their cloud, and they host that. The internet infrastructure, the switching, all of that gets you there is what we manage until it leaves this building and goes to their cloud.
Okay, so if I go on the website and I say, I want some document out of our system, it transfers that request over to you and you provide it to Civics Plus, their servers?
No. So let's say you're sitting here in the building.
Yeah.
And you sit down at a laptop and you go to your browser and you type in the Civic Plus, or you go to their website. The only piece that we are responsible for, or we've enabled, is making sure that the laptop has high internet performance, that it's secure traffic going back and forth. So we've managed that piece of it. But once you get to Civics Plus website, they are responsible for that because that's their software that they manage, they host.
And if I can just clarify, Civic Plus is responsible for making sure that their software is working. City staff is responsible for the contents of that website.
Whose staff?
City. Us,
City staff.
Internal.
So you load stuff that's on Landspeed's servers? or
no,
City
no, no.
servers at Landspeed controls onto Civics Plus servers?
Civic Plus is a cloud-based service, so we have a...
Landspeed.
Well, Landspeed is just a provider of IT. They're not cloud-based service. They contract with other cloud providers to send our data there.
Correct. It's like if you are at home and you want to check your email is being hosted probably by Microsoft or Apple or someone, right?
Yeah.
It's the same concept. So the application that you mentioned is hosted by that company, and they have their own data center and everything. So, but that's only a part of what documents the city has. There's a lot of other documents that are not part of that system.
Yeah, I understand.
right.
But I was just curious, the connection. It just seems, I'm not smart enough to pick it up.
No, it's okay.
That's
It's
okay.
okay. It's a good question. Yeah.
So there is, for Civic Plus, any documents that are housed on Civic Plus website, they have a document center module. We have to actually go in there and upload a document and then make it published for it to be visible to the public. Now, Google actually will catch unpublished documents. So sometimes if you look at unpublished documents from the past that are outdated, if somebody just Googled that name of past documents, Google may still have it within their files.
Yeah, that's a different situation. Okay. Last question.
Yeah.
There is a broadband initiative here in the valley. Are you associated with that? Are you familiar with it?
I'm actually the chair of the Pacific Coast Broadband Consortium.
Ah.
So I'm aware of not everything that's probably going on, but a lot of what's going on, and I lead those meetings. I'm the chair of the North County.
Because I was on a meeting with the Econ Alliance and the Broadband Consortium.
Yes.
And there is a move to spread things out. And
Yes.
I would assume at some point in time, Solvang's going to want to be a part of that?
Yes, absolutely. So there's several things underway that are pretty exciting. One of them is a North County fiber ring.
Right.
You probably saw that in that presentation. And so that fiber ring would connect all the major communities in North County, and that would enable each community to have much, much higher bandwidth at a lower cost than they do today. And it would create more competition because there'd be a lot more carriers that would be able to be involved in that today. Whereas today, there is no fiber ring that's connecting all the communities. There's actually some communities that still don't even have access to fiber.
I was listening to Sam Cohen from the Chumash.
Yes.
And they've done a heck of a lot with fiber, burying it in the ground.
Yeah.
They've spent apparently a lot of money putting together their
They have.
broadband, and that's a big part of the broadband initiative, as I understand it.
Yes, exactly.
So that's
Yeah,
good.
So we have a meeting Wednesday morning if you want to.
Is it?
Yeah, it is Wednesday morning, yeah.
Send me an email.
All right.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councilmember Clark, I think you had some questions?
No,
you
I did not actually. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
I know Farsi better than I know IT.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So with that, we can move on to the next section of this presentation, which would be finance. And I just would like to ask Jason Bante, our accounting supervisor, to just once again briefly kind of walk you through how finance operation works at the City of Solvang.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Jason Banta, supervising accountant. Just a really quick, brief summary of how the finance department operates here at the City of Solvang. There are 3 current full-time staff members, myself, the accounting assistant, and the utility billing clerk, which operate the finance division here. Some of the responsibilities for each of those positions, myself, I would manage the day-to-day operations of the finance with the other 2 positions, as well as managing the annual audit that we do with Badawi & Associates, who is our CPA firm that conducts the annual audit of our finances. Our accounting assistant does a lot of the dirty work, I guess you could say. She does the duties of the transit occupancy tax reporting, as well as the accounts payable and receivable functions, as well as keeping inventory and also other administrative duties in support of other divisions for the City of Solvang. Our utility billing clerk obviously manages the utility billing system for our water and wastewater fees. She's also sets up work orders for field personnel for water departments, for calls for service or turn on, turn off water services. She also manages the backflow testing reporting program as well as the city landscape rebate program. Every year, the government agencies are required by law to be audited by CPA firm. Like I said, Badawi & Associates is our CPA firm. They do our annual audit. I also produced the comprehensive annual financial report, which was the report that was approved by this council in January of this year. Every year, the annual financial report is reviewed by the Government Finance Officer Association of America. And for the past 30 out of 31 years, the City of Solvang has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. So that's just really a quick summary of what the Finance Department does here. I can answer any questions if you have any. Just a quick summary. We don't recommend any changes to staffing levels for the finance, seeing as how we're meeting the needs of what the Government Finance Officers Association considers to be satisfactory.
Are there any questions of Jason?
Nope.
I had one.
Okay.
Maybe just so last year, it said that the independent audit reported no findings.
Correct. That's good. When you have findings, that means they found something that doesn't sit well or is not viewed upon as acceptable in the way government finances should be run. The fact that they have no findings means that everything's running smoothly and is doing what it's supposed to be doing.
So if that was the case, then wouldn't we have actually had last year? Because I'm only seeing in the report, it says in the last 31, it ended in
Correct. So
2019.
we can't submit the financial, because we just did the comprehensive final report for 1920. Once that is complete, then we submit it for review to Government Finance Officer Association. So it's currently in review as we speak.
Okay.
And we usually find out about the time we start releasing the next year's audit.
Got it.
Yeah.
It's all timing.
Yeah. Usually a
Thank
year
you.
lag.
Thank you for that clarification. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none?
Next section would be human resources. And for human resources, there is a recommendation to amend this function and to enhance the human resources function by establishing a human resources manager position. This would be proposed as a part-time position, and the focus of this position would be on human resources policies, organizational health and employee development, training, performance evaluation system, which hasn't been changed in many, many years and is outdated. Job descriptions need review, and also compensation studies. So this would be creating the first truly focused on human resources position that the city has had for at least a while. I don't know the full history of the city, but in the past at least 5 years, what we have had was a spread of certain human resources functions between the administrative services director, who oversaw finance, IT, and human resources, and also human resources specialist, who's not necessarily a human resources professional position. It's more of a processing of certain transactions for human resources. So this is a recommendation going forward at a part-time staffing level. It is included in the forecast that you saw in the previous item.
Who's been doing it?
So human resources policies has been, used to be under Administrative Services Director. I came to the city as Administrative Services Director since I was acting city manager and then city manager. I've continued to carry on the review of human resources policies. Organizational health and employee development, we have, and training blend together with that has been handled by the human resources specialist, but we're really largely relying on CJPIA for providing, the necessary trainings that we need for employees that are required. So we don't have a fully well-developed, robust program to train employees and for employee development, which would be the focus of this position specifically. Our performance evaluation system is very outdated. It's definitely not to best standards of how performance evaluations are provided today to best provide feedback to employees and to grow their organization as a whole. Job descriptions are also reviewed only sparsely here and there when a need comes up, rather than doing any comprehensive review of job descriptions and organizational structure. And it's been a while since there's been a compensation study.
So what are the hours proposed for a part-time HR manager?
I would propose it just at the half-time.
Half-time? And would we still have Jenny B?
Oh, I haven't. It's part of the work that Jenny B does. It's also on the accounting side. So as I presented the recommendations overall going forward for the forecast, all of these recommendations are once again included. Some of the transitions in the organization will definitely be subject to meet and confer with the union. So some of that detail is to come. I left the discussion today fairly broad at service levels and recommendations because it's subject to meet and confer. So I didn't put exact dollar amounts, exact transitions between duties within these recommendations.
I do have a question. I've seen in the private sector that some companies choose to outsource their HR. Is that an option for municipalities, or do we see that we need somebody that just works with our staff?
For human resources function, it could be outsourced, yes. One of the things that we would like to have a specialty desirably is that it is someone with some municipal background so that they know the CalPERS system and some of those very specific to municipality issues. But generally speaking, human resources could be outsourced as long as they were providing all of the required functions. The only thing I would say that you wouldn't necessarily get with an outsourced position versus with in-house position is that certain cases and policies and procedures review having, that human resources hat that then is separate and distinct from the city manager. So there could be an appeal process built into those policies, which you wouldn't have if it was an outsourced position. It would have to be an internal position. So right now, I am definitely a lot of times acting as both city manager and human resources director in that sense, which then creates additional issues for us to make sure that we have appropriate appeal processes.
The other concern I would have with regard to a contract position is, and I'll use our code enforcement for an example, if they decide to quit or move on or they get a better job, things change. We don't get the consistency all the way through that we would with an employee. Doesn't always happen that way, but that's a possibility also.
Any other
Thank you.
questions?
Okay, so next we have communications. You see here communications about the community, the organization. There's both internal and external communications that we have been working on. You see a picture here with hearts. That was a board collected from the general plan workshop where those who participated had an opportunity of what they love about solving. So that's one of the examples of communications. So I'm going to start with communications strategy and where we are and what the intent of some of the changes through communications have been. So the goal with external communications is to engage the community, to find out through a process what are the community expectations. For input through a defined process that helps where community has expectation on when and how they would be able to provide input into decision-making of the city government. So a couple of changes that have been made in that sense from a communications external strategy perspective is the very clear process of the general plan update so that we can have that communication with the community about the future vision of solving, as well as involving everyone here in the city council and other commissions. Another point of communication with external community is the financial plan development, the budget development. So as we're talking about service levels here, and as you get into May and your goal setting and talking about what you want to achieve in next year, that will be another example of external communication with the community. Now, another piece that was added from a strategic perspective was the monthly newsletter that enables clear and consistent communication at specific times of the year on quarterly basis with the community, where everybody in the community receives this letter that communicates what significant progress has the city made, what significant projects we've been working on, what are we working now, what's important now, today, and what is upcoming that community members might want to pay attention to and engage in the future. So just a quick reminder of where we've been with communications over the last year. It's been the pandemic communication has definitely been not business as usual. It was a time where all organizations throughout the state and the nations had to come to different terms of how we work. There was a lot of, it was emergency communications. It was reactive and adaptive rather than planned communication. So, when the pandemic first onset, there were the calls with the White House, with the vice president sounding like a radio talking about how all this emergency management works. Then we would get to the state level, or rather the county level, which is supposed to be the city's next step of finding out information ahead of time, and the county wouldn't know anything about what the state would do. So both, frankly, the county and the cities were in a very reactive mode to where that normal emergency communications process was, frankly, kind of broken throughout the pandemic, because the county didn't get the notices from the state ahead of time, and therefore the city didn't get the notices from the county ahead of time to be able to prepare and be a step forward before entire community had the news. So having said that, we had made some immediate changes just to be able to stay afloat and communicate to both our residents and businesses, as all of this was unraveling, and also adjusting to having to work remotely and with minimal staffing. So we did implement the flexible telephone system, RingCentral, which is a system that is accessible from any device. So I could be on a phone at the desk. If I had to go somewhere, I could literally swipe and get onto my cell phone and walk off and be as if I was in the same place at the same time. I can call from anywhere, and it will call from City Hall number, and I can also receive calls to any device from anywhere as if I was in the office. So that is something that was implemented in order for many employees requiring modified schedules because of closed schools and daycares, et cetera. And that definitely has been helpful. We also had created a temporary website to communicate the status of the business operations and all other communications to the tourists when things were changing rapidly. As of now, we no longer maintain that website because things have stabilized, and right now the county has a more robust and most updated information, so we just rely on the county at this point. We also had ongoing press releases throughout the pandemic to make sure we communicated through the newspapers as much as we could. And we also went from individual emails to where only one employee would be responsible for answering certain critical emails to distribution lists by function, so that if anybody was on quarantine, family leave with COVID, there would always be somebody assigned to that function to be able to check any messages. And with that, I'll turn it over to David for a little bit more in-depth dive into the work product on communications.
Yeah, so one item that we wanted to highlight tonight is the general plan update that is going on right now. And Zena mentioned that earlier tonight in her city manager update. This is a 2-year process. So there will be many, and there have already been many opportunities for the public to come out to communicate with the city, with our general plan consultants to participate in this project. The kickoff for the project happened in December 2020. So over the next 2 years, we will be doing these various phases of the project. And as Zena mentioned earlier, the next formal community workshop will be taking place this summer. There will be throughout this process, there's numerous community workshops, there's newsletters. They sent out a first newsletter, and very shortly, another newsletter will be going out with this second phase that we're participating in now of the existing conditions and the vision. There's email blasts. Once again, would encourage everyone to go to that plansolving.com website. On the very homepage, you can sign up for the email list, the email blast from Plan Solving. You can leave comments at whatever time you want to. We get emails, our consultants, also Zena and myself, we receive those comments real time. So as soon as you leave a comment on the website, we're seeing it. They also aggregate all the comments that come on that website, and that's placed on there every month. So you can see the history of the comments that have been made there too. We are in the process of formulating a 15-member general plan advisory committee. This consists of 2 council members. I believe it was Councilmember Infante and Mayor Pro Tem Arona, both volunteered to be a part of this GPAC. We've had 2 members of the Planning Commission. Recently, last week, volunteered. That was Aaron Peterson as well as Joni Jameson. Volunteered to be on the GPAC. We also had 2 members of the DRC volunteer to be on the GPAC. Help me out, Joy Coley and Esther Jacobson.
No, Esther Jacobson and Jennifer Dryden-Hess.
Sorry, Jennifer Dryden-Hess and Esther Jacobson Bates. We also have spots for 9 members of the community. Last week, we finished the application process. We received a number of applications, and we're looking at those right now from the community. But we'll have a 15-member general plan advisory committee that will meet at different points in time so we can, again, ensure that the community is having these communications.
Who's going to select the community members?
Based on the when the city council had the general discussion about the GPAC, you gave some general direction as to considerations for selection of the members from the public at large. As you would recall, the GPAC was not formed formally by city council, so that it wouldn't be a Brown Act body. So that selection is occurring for the members from the public at staff level, but at direction of that the city council had provided.
Thank you.
So moving on from general plan, excited to talk a little bit about the newsletter. This is something that's new to Solvang. We had our first issue that was developed and distributed in December 2020. That first issue was 8 pages, lots of updates, project updates. We try to focus on all of the city operations, whether that's public works, highlighting some of the projects that were done, highlighting some of the parks and recreation programs and the calendar, letting people know about planning projects, where they are in the process. Also, city council, yourselves, planning commission, DRC, we really want the public to have that opportunity to get caught up on any of those items that happen. So that first issue went out in December 2020. We recently had a second issue go out. The spring 2021 edition was sent this past month in March. And that goes out to all utility customers. It went out with the last bills. This one in March was a 6-page newsletter. And with going to all the utility customers, we achieved some efficiencies. And with the post office issues that have been happening the last number of months, it's a better way to ensure everyone receives that newsletter. This newsletter has been developed 100% by city staff. We don't contract with anyone. I have a bit of a communications background and have been able to help out with that newsletter. Next, another large project we're undertaking is our website. Over the past few weeks and months, we've focused a lot of time and attention to cleaning it up, giving it a much more professional look, cleaning up old links, outdated information. We've had the help of a temporary employee that's really been able to dig in and understand the way the website works. As Zena mentioned earlier, as far as the website goes, city staff is responsible for the content to make sure that it's up to date. We have had, over the past number of months, a contractor that we can contact to make updates. But obviously, when you're working on that project in-house, you have a lot more control and a lot more desire to clean it up and make it look nice. So we're very proud of the changes that have happened so far. We're also undertaking a website redesign. We've been using Civic Plus for the past 5 to 6 years and qualify for a free redesign and have been going down the road of getting more research. We met last week with our representative and got a lot more information about what that would entail, what's included. We've also contacted our neighboring cities. We've had calls with Pismo Beach, Arroyo Grande, also the city of Los Altos Hills has helped us walk through their website redesigns, and we are working on that and estimate a completion later this year for the website redesign. Two last things to let you know about. Internally, we're working on our communications as well, looking at our policies and procedures. We developed a social media policy in the fall of 2019. In January of 2021, we revised the city council protocols, and those are just two small items that have happened, and there are many future policies and procedures to be taking place soon. As staff is currently drafting additional policies for internal, external recognitions, or external communications. And then finally, the last communication slide, I wanted to highlight some of the employee recognition programs we've done in the last number of months. Obviously, employees are critical to the organization, but to the community as well. And so, especially given the difficult circumstances over the past year, we felt a need to communicate the value of employees. Earlier this year, we instituted an Employee of the Quarter program. At the next council meeting on the 26th, we will name our first Employee of the Quarter. We've also, at the last council meeting on March 22nd, we highlighted many staff accomplishments and years of service milestones that had been overlooked with COVID and everything else. Last point, there's a plaque that hangs in the lobby of City Hall that informs of the years of service of current employees. That had been out of date, so we were making changes to get that up to date and adding a section to that for legacy employees. Those that have worked 20 plus years to the city, we're going to put their name on the plaque that stays there and thank them for their contribution to the city. So that shall be coming shortly in the next couple of weeks. And that's it for communications, unless you have any questions or feedback.
Are there any questions?
Nope.
I guess I just had one quick one. We're doing a lot of internal and external communication. How is the communication with the employees going? Because I still kind of feel like we're not letting our staff know that some of the things that are ended up in our newsletter or in some of the other emails, and I just kind of still feel a little bit of a disconnect there. I'm just wondering how we can maybe address that, or we need to address that.
So I think there's definitely been an effort in enhancing and establishing clear communications between staff and different divisions within the city. One of the greatest challenges, as you would imagine, that when you make really rapid changes, especially in pandemic type of environment, lots of previously established communication channels kind of fall apart because certain parts are no longer there. Now, the City of Solvang is a small organization. I think a lot of the internal communications have always been less formal and more informal, to where people would just know who would communicate with who at what point of time. I think we are definitely rebuilding and adding more staff, which helps. With stability in organizational structure, it will also be much more helpful for us to establish those communication channels to where there's clear expectation between everyone that needs to be communicating different aspects throughout the operations. So that's coming forward. One of the efforts that we are making is creating communications policies for internal staff, just so that we have some prompts amongst us on when we should be communicating. That helps us not forget to communicate. I would say, though, that with the newsletter development and whatnot, there has been a conscious outreach to the staff to be able to provide ideas to include in the letter. So we have had that open channel for staff to feed in and be part of the process.
I very much appreciate the impact or the attempts to work with the employees on this, and it's even more critical during times like the crisis that we're going through, that the stress that they're under, not only here at work, but at home. It's important to keep everything going right and doing all we can for them.
I agree, absolutely.
Yeah, it was mainly just trying to figure out a way where, because our employees really are our ambassadors, and they're going to get our message out sooner than going out just to the public. So, just I guess it's just keep trying to make sure that they know what's happening prior to things going to the public, because when the public is calling the offices and trying to find out and ask questions, a lot of the staff don't know the answers because they don't even know that something's even gone out.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know in the past there was a ton of emergency, from past announcements that would go out, and nobody in the staff was even aware that those were even going out to the public, to the press. We're hearing, the staff is hearing about it after the fact, and they really should be the first people to hear about it, so that when the public calls and asks those questions, they need to be known, they need to know what's going on so that they can better answer the questions. So that's just kind of the direction I would still like to see happen, if, going forward.
That's
Hope
great
I said that
direction.
right.
If I may add just briefly, with COVID, we had to skip one. We have a quarterly all-staff meeting, and late 2020 with COVID, we skipped that meeting. But we've been able to get that back on track, and we had an all-staff meeting in February, which I think is a great step. We've also tried to increase our internal division meetings. Our administrative team now meets on at least a monthly basis, and we work closely so we can meet, as needed. But with that division, as well as the other divisions, I think we are trying to meet a little bit more frequently. Trying to get, like you mentioned, get that questions addressed beforehand, collaborate together when we're building items like the newsletter to try to get more on the proactive side versus the reactive side.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's all good as far as the formalized, but I also, sometimes a good job, when you're walking down the hallway makes all the difference in the world.
Good comment, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Or on to the next item, recreation.
Okay, now we have 9, it still is the same item, you don't have to take the motion right now, just before the next one.
We'll do it after.
For recreation, we have our recreation coordinator, Jenny McClurk, who will walk through the presentation.
Do you want to do the slides?
I can do the slides.
So, good evening. My name is Jenny McClurg. I'm your Senior Recreation Coordinator. So, next slide, please. So, the City of Solvang has 3 parks: Sunny Fields, Hans Christian Andersen Park, and Solvang Park. We do many of our programming here and also take park reservations at both Sunny Fields and Hans Christian Andersen Park. Next slide, please. We also have common areas, so those are listed here with pictures if you're not familiar. Also, the Vets Hall and City Hall and Annex, we also utilize those for programs and take reservations as well. Next slide, please. On the recreation side, we service the San Ynez Valley, youth programs, adult sports, adult programs, and community special events. You can see some pictures there, previous programs that we've done. Next slide. So pre-COVID, we had a total of 5 full-time employees. 3 on the recreation side. We had a Parks and Recreation Director, a Senior Recreation Coordinator being myself, and the Recreation Clerk. And then on the park side, we had 2 full-time Parks Maintenance employees, a Maintenance 1 and Maintenance 2. Next slide. So on the recreation side, here are some program numbers. This is a calendar year. Obviously, we're not showing you 2020 because it was an odd year. We serve an average of about 10,000 people a year, and that's all based on, Halloween. It might fall in the middle of the week versus a weekend, and, numbers are higher or lower depending. So I would say about 10,000 is a good average per year. Next slide, please. So today, our current service levels are full-time recreation employee, myself, and then we have 1 full-time Parks Maintenance 2 employee. Next slide. Here are some approved programming that we did during COVID. You can see we really didn't start until about June, end of June here. And that was obviously because they were not allowed at that time. Come summertime, we were very busy with youth programs. And then you can see in the special events category, we just held our first special event, and it was a modified special event, but we were happy to bring a program back. Next slide. So our current recreation service levels, you have myself, the Senior Recreation Coordinator. So I was doing my job on top of some other duties that were performed by either the Parks and Rec Director or the Recreation Clerk. As you can imagine, the workload for one person, especially as things are starting to open and moving down, more things opening, park reservations coming back, the workload is too much for one person. Next slide, please. So moving forward, future service levels. To maintain the service level prior to March 2020, we suggest to bring on additional staff. We're suggesting a Parks and Recreation Supervisor, a Program Coordinator, and a Community Special Events, which would just be part-time. Next slide. So the Parks and Recreation Supervisor would be kind of a hybrid of your Parks and Recreation Director and your Senior Recreation Coordinator, along with some oversight, general administrative policies and procedures, et cetera. Next slide. The Program Coordinator would be a hybrid of the Recreation Clerk and a Recreation Coordinator. By bringing on a second additional coordinator, we're hoping to potentially double programming. We could focus on youth programs. It's been talked about a community youth center. And then we'd also like this position to have a Class B commercial license as well. I possess one. When I go on a trip, I have no backup. So if something were to happen, we're stranded. So this position would cover that and back up. Next slide, please. And then for the community special events, we are looking to obviously coordinate and produce all of the community events. Events are listed here. We're looking at 600 to 700 hours a year, and with the potential of adding new events as well. Next slide. Here are some revenues we've provided. Obviously did not provide the last up-to-date year just because of COVID, but in a normal year, this is what it looks like. In a recreation program, we break even. We make a profit, but it does not cover staffing. Next slide. And then here are some expenses. Basically what we did here is kind of took, again, a hybrid, an average of what some of the past salaries have been, and just took an average. But with the addition of a coordinator and a special events, we're looking at potential savings of up to $140,000. And doubling potential revenue with an additional coordinator. And that concludes my report. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions of Staff?
Yeah, I'm a little confused by this chart.
This one, okay?
Yeah, well, you've got, it says 100 and, I can barely read the one on here, $142,000 savings. But you've got two positions that don't have a dollar amount.
Yeah, so I'll let Zina answer that question.
Yeah, the reason that there is no total in those positions is because those would be subject to meet and confer with the union. The total estimate of 282,000 minus 25,000 is what constitutes the total of those two positions. I didn't quite want to put forth anything specific for either one of those until there's some conversation with the union, but those are based on our current salary ranges and where those types of duties and positions would fall.
But that would suggest that by definition, there will be no savings.
No, so the savings, and sorry that might be confusing, is between the fiscal year 1920, which is the $424,815, and the total estimated for 21-22 of $282,000. So the funding level of 1920 was $142,000 higher than the proposed funding for 21-22.
But your proposed still has two positions with no dollars, so that's not appropriate. It's
No.
not
The
safe.
dollars are within the $282,000. So if you go down the very right column, proposed positions, there's Parks and Recreation Supervisor, Program Coordinator, and then Special Events Marketing. Special Events Marketing is $25,000.
Yeah.
And the total of the two positions is 282 minus 25,000, and that's included in that total.
That's obvious, but you still got two positions listed that you say are proposed with no dollars, so if you put dollars in there, it would not be a savings.
No, it's, the 282 includes estimated dollars for those positions.
Well, that doesn't seem to match the other numbers that I see previously.
Well, the total of 282, if you see the entries above that, the only one that's specified is 25,000. So what's the rest of it? It's those two positions.
Never mind. I give up.
Is the Parks and Recreation Supervisor proposed to be between Parks and Rec Director and the Recreation Director?
It would
Or
be not
Recreation
exactly in
Coordinator?
between of those. It would be based on the range schedules that we have. And the range schedules, look at the breakdown of job duties for each type of position. So the Parks and Recreation Supervisor would be aligned with other supervisory positions, and Program Coordinator would be elevated from what used to be the Recreation Clerk to fall somewhere under Parks and Recreation Supervisor, but above the level of where the prior Recreation Clerk was.
And the 25,000 for the Special Events and Marketing person, that's the part-time position,
Correct.
and that's special events different than IDK.
Correct. Those would be community special events. So
That-
our typical recreation events, tree burn, wreck and roll, Easter, Halloween, movies in the park, etc.
So the bottom line is those two full-time positions and one part-time, just based on hours, position, total $282,000 for the fiscal year of 21-22.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the council right now of the staff?
No.
Seeing no questions, I did have public comment. And Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, Kyle Abello, Buellton Recreation. First of all, thank you for meeting in person. It's wonderful to see your faces again, at least from the eyes up. And I also want to, I know most of you know this, but you have a real gem in Jenny. She is the hardest worker I know and has really kept the continuity of the recreation program going. As I don't know if all of you are aware, but the City of Buellton and the City of Solvang have a memorandum of understanding regarding recreation, and that's been a long time partnership between the two cities. And part of that is shared use of resources and with staff time. As Jenny mentioned, we put together a lot of joint programs, the Rec and Roll, the Easter Extravaganza, which we just held in a modified format, and Haunted House. And so those are things that we'd like to continue and hopefully to increase the level of service and to really bring back the magnification of effort and efficacy. Another person helping Jenny in the recreation department would be huge. As it stands now, we had a kind of an even between the two cities, and we would love to be able to see that augmented again to provide that. The difficult thing that the council must find out and decide is the function that you really want to see and what positions will best get that level of service for the public. And recreation is one of the few areas that residents of the city look forward to seeing. It's not a bill, it's not an enforcement. It is something that is positive. It's really the PR wing, so to speak, of the city, and it really brings the sense of community and the working together to build a better quality of life. And that's something that our residents really notice and appreciate, especially in these challenging times. So we look forward to continuing to partner together, the two cities, to provide recreation, and we look forward to assisting in any way we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you guys do over there at Buellton Rec as well, because I know it's been a great partnership with all of you working together and trying to keep everything going.
And I've been a one-man department before. When the position first started, I was operating out of the rec office here in Solvang, and really appreciated the assistance on that side. So anything we can do to reciprocate and continue to elevate the whole community and recreation services, again, we are committed to doing.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any other questions?
Well, I do have a thought with the fact that there will be a position just in charge of special events and marketing, getting the word out for people to get involved. And I just wonder, as a city, we have a need to get the word out for a variety of things. That's why we have the newsletter and, different channels for people to sign up for our communications. And then we have this position for special events and marketing just for parks and recreation. So the rationale for that is, do we need that just because we work in conjunction with Buellton to bring parks and rec events, so that we feel that we need to have that separate? Or I just wonder if we're gonna have a person that is in charge of getting the word out for parks and rec, if this is a position that can also help us get the word out on other things regarding the city. I just wonder if it's worth considering if people are looking to find out about the fun events happening in our community, if that would also be an appropriate way to get the word out for other things. Have you considered that? I'm just wondering.
Are you talking about combining like special events, IDK? And
No, I'm not talking about IDK, because I know that IDK works more with visitors and marketing, and this is more community-based. And
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering where we're having special events and marketing just for Parks and Rec. I just wondering if somebody's doing the communications for that, if we can also use them for other communications from the city to residents, even if it's not just for Parks and Rec.
Absolutely, it's an option.
I would just like to add to that, that as we spoke about the community special events person, it's really to be hands on the ground, putting on an event. So it's not a marketing communications position. It's the two positions that are proposed to be full-time are still not enough to put together the haunted house if the city wanted to continue to do that type of event. And so the few events here that Jenny had laid out were the Tree Burn, Mother, San Luau, Easter Extravaganza, Rock and Roll, Movies in the Park, Halloween Haunted House, Turkey Trot. Those are kind of events that are outside of the IDK umbrella. IDK creates event to basically bring the season, so something like Yule Fest, and they're supposed to do four events throughout the year to bring people, tourists, to the city. Now, would I see this person as a communications type of person for the entire city? No, because there's a lot of complicated projects. There's it needs to come from the global city policy umbrella in terms of what goes out in those newsletters. So it's broader communication in nature than this communication, if there was any communication coming from this position. But this is really truly hands on the ground help.
Yeah, and if I could add, the marketing piece we had in there was to promote these specific events. A lot of times we are so busy and bogged down with other programming and other duties as needed, we don't have as much time as we'd like to promote some of our special events and get the word out.
Okay. My next question is for you, Jenny. Do you see yourself working as more of the supervisor than doing the numbers and the overseeing of everything, or do you see yourself more as putting together the events and the coordinating and everything?
I see myself as both, definitely a little bit of administrative, but also doing a lot of the coordinating and teaching the programs myself still.
Okay.
I kind of see the special events as maybe, if we are lucky, maybe we could get Fred back to help out, and because he has such historical knowledge of all of those events that you're talking about. And I believe he's still the one that's helping out, putting out your newsletter for both Buellton Rec and Solvang Rec. And I think there's hopefully maybe some sharing of hours, maybe down the road with that as well. I could definitely see that. But I know a lot of these events, they're not during the day. Most of them are all in the evening or on a weekend. So it's, you need to have a body there to be able to be a part of it.
Correct.
So, anyway, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kyle.
Moving on to planning and building. So currently what we have in planning, I'm going to talk about planning and building as kind of two somewhat separate entities, as they have been such for the last year, because we have separate contracted out services for planning and building, and essentially oversight of those two contracts is directly with me. So for planning, we currently have a planning consultant who is Lori Tamor with Urban Concepts, which costs the city about $150,000. We do recoup some of that cost through project fees, but because those project fees haven't been updated since 2005, we don't have a clear picture at this point of the total cost that we do recoup versus what we should be recouping. So some of the pros of contracting out a position is obviously there is no CalPERS costs, pension costs attributable to the city, as well as workers' compensation and liability insurance costs, which are then passed on to the contractor. Through the fee study, all project work for such consultant could be 100% recoverable through the fees. Of course, that would be increasing the fees compared to where we are now, and that would be passed on to the applicants and developers. The negatives of having this type of structure is that it's part-time only, it's very limited hours, and full-time staff is needed at some level within that department to provide full operations throughout the week. So you, as council, have authorized adding an assistant planner position based on my prior recommendation a couple of meetings ago. And the fully loaded cost of that position is $118,000 with all the costs of benefits. Now, looking at some alternatives going forward, you could, for example, continue to, assuming we have the assistant planner as a full-time position, for additional planner level work, you could continue to contract out a planner position such as you do now, and maybe decrease the allowable cost for the year to about $100,000 to start with. We'll know more as we go through the fee study. Once again, it's those pros and cons that I have just mentioned on that. And then your other option would be to hire a planner at a cost of approximately $175,000 per year, or you could call it the planning director. But as I mentioned in my staff report in the agenda, our current pay range for that position that the city historically has had is more in line with like a supervisory planner position at the county level. So as you think about the type of person that you want to hire, you have to be realistic with who we would be able to bring here to that position. So a planner position, for example, could be an alternative that you would hire. The pros would be that it would be a full-time position, another one, so they would be more engaged with the community. They could also provide supervision to the assistant planner, and they could potentially manage the building contract, which right now, as I said, I directly manage those two contracts for building and planning. The cons of that, of course, is the upside from the other, which is that you would be paying all the CalPERS pension costs, workers' comp liability, and all of those benefits. The position would also not be fully recoverable through fees because there would be some project-based work which would be recoverable through fees, but then there will be also other work this person would be engaging in, which would be the cost to the city. So those are kind of two options on planning that you could consider and provide some general direction so that I can include it in the preliminary general plan. And you can either ask questions now or I can go to building and run through that first.
I would like to ask a couple questions. The contract pricing that you gave us of about $150,000 a year is based on 2 half-days a week?
It's based on 1 full day, 1 day every other week, planning commission meetings, design review meetings, and whatever council meetings.
So for a little bit more, would have a full-time planner and not have a contract planning director.
Correct.
That would be my preference.
But if I could add, you don't have to pay a part-time planner $100,000 a year from when they retire till when they die.
Correct. So the pension costs is the biggest problem that we are facing when we have employees, especially classic employees. We are looking at large payments for unfunded liabilities. And
What was the difference between the financial-wise, or salary-wise, between the assistant planner and the associate planner?
I don't have that answer on hand right now. It's not as much as it is between the assistant planner and planning director. It is very different job description, different qualifications.
Where do you see a possible planning supervisor as opposed to a planning director? What is that salary different? Is that?
Well, I am proposing planning supervisor at the level of planning director just by looking at the market rates and the fact that frankly, good planners are hard to come, and especially in this area. So I'm proposing planning supervisor at that rate.
That was the 170?
The 175, yeah.
Any other questions of the planning part right now?
No.
Okay. Head to the building section.
Okay, so building, and most of the building has historically or for quite a while been contracted out with, for the city of Solvang. So the currently building is contracted out to Willdan, which is provides us with the building official and the building inspector. And the building technician duties have also been absorbed by Willdan at this point. This contract did go through an RFP in 1920, so I'm recommending that this contract be extended through fiscal year 21-22, as they're actually a self-defined contained unit to where the building official provides supervision for all work performed by the building department and all work product. So that really does alleviate the city from any supervisory responsibilities within the building function. It's a self-contained unit with a building official being responsible for that contract, and we just hold our contractor accountable for their work product, and we are passing on. We have no pension costs and no workers' comp and liability insurance is passed on to this contractor. So I do recommend that this unit stay as is. But the oversight of the contract, instead of being directly with me, could be transitioned to the supervising planner for their oversight.
What's the cost?
The cost of this contract is about, I want to say 110,000 right now in the current budget.
Annual,
Annual.
110,000? Do you expect that to go up as the COVID goes down and we start building again?
Actually, not really. We worked through a lot of backlog when this contract first started, and things have been actually really busy during COVID, with people just taking advantage of remodeling and whatnot while their business was closed, or they were at home and had nothing else to do. So it's been busy.
Thank you.
What are the hours or any of those full-time positions?
None of these are full-time positions.
Right. So how many hours are you getting?
So building officials here 1 day a week, building inspectors here 1 day a week. They periodically answer some emails, but it's limited to those 2 days. But the thing is that with building and planning function, planning is the real intake, so that's your step one. So that could easily be the full-time position that's there for customers to answer any questions, coordinate anything. Generally speaking, there shouldn't be a building permit that cannot wait till Tuesday or Thursday and is that imminent, as long as all of the communication is going smoothly.
And are the building tech that's part of that, is that another person that comes in a third day?
We did have a part-time building tech that was slash code enforcement officer through this contract for the past year, but that was really not working out because it's not a very good combination necessarily of skills, and definitely the permanency of that position was difficult to maintain. So we do have a building official and a building inspector that are available to us and are steady.
And those are basically 8 hours a week for each position of the two, the building official.
Yeah, and actually, that makes me, I do forget one position here. It's building official and plan review check, plan checker, and then building inspector. So it's the building official and the plan checker that are here on Tuesday and on a Thursday. And the building inspector works a couple of part-time days, which is what it's been historically for Solvang.
Are they getting those jobs done in a fairly timely manner?
I think so, yes. I know sometimes you get a different opinion from the applicant because they want to get something done, but evidence is in the plans that are being submitted and how they're being processed.
Any other questions? Nope. Code enforcement, I guess.
Okay, code enforcement. So code enforcement is something that's been somewhat of a challenge throughout the time in the city of Solvang. When I know that before there used to be a retired sheriff that had what seemed to be a good job that I'm hearing from the community and also organization. When I first started with the city, it was a part-time position combined part-time with a public works inspector position. That individual left the city to become a full-time code enforcement officer in a different jurisdiction. And since then, the position was vacant and was also vacant because of the vacancy policy that the City Council had. There hasn't been anybody from staff expressing desire to become the code enforcement officer. We also know that it's challenging in this area to find a code enforcement officer, and even more so a part-time code enforcement officer. So what we have today established is a kind of a trial contract with a retired law enforcement lieutenant who is really on top of things and is being more proactive and obviously is aware of the regulations in the city of Solvang, having been the police chief for city of Solvang before, and able to interpret any of the regulations and be proactive out there on the scene. So we're just looking at the needs and the calls that come in. I would say that there's usually nothing extremely urgent, but throughout the week, which is why it's really good to have somebody local, there's always an issue or two that comes up, including weekends. So it's really good that he is able to work on as-needed basis here locally and address any issues as they come up, and also be able to coordinate with law enforcement and where law enforcement may be better to step in versus code enforcement, and make those recommendations. So he is being more proactive in being out there on the weekends, looking at things, being more proactive in applying the same standards. And so far, we haven't had this contract for a long time, but so far I think it's doing us some good, and we're getting a lot less phone calls, and he's able to respond to all the phone calls right away. So my recommendation would be to continue with this model into the next year. For it would only take about 10 to 20 hours a week in availability to be able to address all of the issues.
Are there any questions? Are we budgeting for 20 hours on this?
We are budgeting for 20 hours on this, yes.
And is
That's
that
the
the
max.
break spot for providing any benefit, or
No. This would not be subject to city benefits. It's an independent contractor.
Right, okay. All right. Any other question? No? Okay. Next.
All right, next is just a high-level overview of emergency operations for the city of Solvang and emergency operations manual. So with COVID-19 emergency operations center was activated at its lowest level, the management section only. So we are actively still activated right now, which sets us up for being able to apply for reimbursement under FEMA, et cetera. So we want to keep that status until the pandemic is fully resolved. The city's designated emergency operations center physical location is here at the City Hall. The state of California is divided into operational areas, and counties are designated as primary responsible emergency operations responders. So the city can actually request assistance from the county in managing an emergency if we needed to. I am constantly in contact with the county's emergency operations director. I'm also on their continuous meetings with the emergency operator on the board of working with the cities. The city manager by the city municipal code is the emergency operations director by the city code. The emergency operations plan was last updated in 2015. The best practice is to update it every 2 years. However, that is not a standard that most jurisdictions do live up to. But the recommendation would be to engage an emergency operations specialist contractor to update the plan. It wouldn't cost more than $10,000, and also to provide with updated training.
Any questions about that portion there? I have one.
Okay.
Related to the cost. By at least my recollection has been in the past that the city clerk was the person that was in charge of our emergency operations plan and keeping the manuals and everything that we had here. So if there's a way that that could be part of the city clerk position.
I would definitely be open to updating it in-house. However, the city clerk expertise are not the same as emergency operations expertise. So I feel that one-time cost for a professional, including training, would be beneficial to the city. And then maybe internally, obviously, we would have internal assignments for each section of emergency operations. And in that sense, every employee would be assigned their function and their role in such event.
Okay. Any further questions? Are we, no further questions or public comment, short of what we had earlier?
Would anybody like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand on Zoom or unmute yourself. See no public comment.
There's no action to be taken on this one either?
There's no action to be taken. If you have any general comments as a council, you're welcome to provide, and we'll incorporate it into the preliminary budget. But I've been taking notes with every comment that you made on each section.
Okay, great, thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to see if we want to continue the meeting. It's, should have been done, but 9:30, but we waited to finish, so can I have a motion to continue, or what would the council like to do?
I'll move that we continue.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Clark?
Sure.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arana?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now, Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of item number 10?
Item number 10 is 2021 Water Supply Status Report. This is something that came up on a little bit of a short notice in working with our Public Works Director and Water Supervisor. We were looking and hoping for a better allocation from the state, but very recently we received not so plausible news of having only 5% allocation from our state supply, which has caused people in the water supply world a lot of headache, and definitely here for us in the city of Solvang, because we are not fully reliant on our well water. So with that, our Public Works Director, Matt Vanderlinden, has prepared a report and some recommendations for us to take to resolve this drought condition.
I think you go to slideshow, Matt.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, sorry about that. I was like, I just did that 2 minutes, half an hour ago. Okay, so, yeah, as our city manager mentioned, we were really thrown for a loop. We normally try to plan very conservatively, but in early December, the state issued a 10% initial state water allocation estimate, and they usually are very conservative, and that number generally goes up. And so we did our water supply planning. We looked at a 10% allocation, but also we had kind of planned on that increasing to 20%. And so we did our water supply planning based on a 20% allocation. And so with that 5% allocation, that just really, with the allocation dropping from 10 to 5%, that's really creating problems for us. So, but anyway, let me go ahead and get right into the presentation. So what I'd like to discuss is a summary of our 2021 water supply, current conditions, proposed drought restrictions, proposed supplemental water purchase, other water-related information, and then wrap it up with a discussion of our long-range strategic planning. So this pie chart basically represents the planning that we did in December and January. And so it was initially based on a 20% allocation. So to start off, we've estimated our 2021 water demand at 1,355 acre feet for the year. And that, so we've been tracking that every year, and it creeps up every year a little bit. And so we feel this is a pretty accurate estimate of what our demand will be this year, 2021. And then we have our 4 water supply sources. So you can see that typically this state water makes up about 50% of our water supply, and the river wells about 25%, and our upland wells about 25% of our supply. And then there's a little bit of ID1 water that we use. In November of every year, the State Water Project, DWR, and CCWA, they shut down the state water system for a couple weeks for some maintenance and repairs that require the system to be shut down in order to implement those repairs and maintenance. And so during that time, depending on weather conditions and demand, we sometimes take water from ID1. And then also, if, for example, we have a well that goes out of service unexpectedly, a motor burns out or something unexpectedly, or have some other complication, then occasionally for a few weeks or maybe a month during the year, we'll take water from ID1 to help meet our demands. And so we have two main connections with ID1. But, so, again, this was based on receiving a 20% allocation. And so anytime we do water supply planning, we cannot just look at the 1 year ahead. We have to always plan 2 years ahead so that we have a secure and conservative water supply. So with the 20% allocation, our planning would have resulted in 300 acre-feet of state water carrying over from 2021 into 2022, which is what we want to have. For example, this year, we had 626 acre-feet of state water excuse me, that carried over from 2020 into 2021. So even though we had this 5% allocation, because we managed the water carefully and had this large carryover from last year, that is saving us this year, you know, make sure that we can meet all of our demands. So we need to revisit this and adjust this based on direction that the City Council gives us at the end of this presentation, and depending on what supplemental water we're able to get. So as far as current conditions, drought conditions have developed now in California and Santa Barbara County. Lake Cachuma is at 62% full, which is not too bad, but it's not really great either. And Oroville Reservoir, which is the primary reservoir that feeds the state water system, is only at 42% full. And so, as you can imagine, springtime, you know, April, May, that's when, you know, you have all the rainfall from the winter and the snow starting to melt, and your reservoir levels are normally really much higher than this. And then, as I mentioned, the state water allocation is only at 5%, so that matches the historic low. So in, I think it was 2013, we had a 5% allocation once before, right as we started into the last major drought we had. So sorry for the small font size and text here, but the third row up from the bottom is the Cachuma Reservoir. And you can see there's a number there highlighted. It says current capacity percentage. And so these are, this is a report that the county puts together every week. And so this is from March 22nd. So the actual level has dropped slightly since that time, but this is our source of data for Lake Cachuma. And then this is a report that the Department of Water Resources puts together, and this is updated every couple days. This is also from March 23rd. You'll see the little bar graph on the lower left says 40% capacity. So I checked their website today, and it's increased from 40 to 42%. So that was the number I mentioned in the prior slide. So it has changed a little bit. So, but what's important on this graph, the light blue shaded area, that's the average. Over the history of Lake Oroville, that's the average water level and storage volume in the reservoir. So the blue line, the dark blue line that extends halfway across the graph, that's where we are right now. So we're way down from the historic average for this time of year. So that's what's resulting in that 5% state water allocation. So as far as drought restrictions, the staff recommends that the City Council declare a Stage 1 drought emergency and implement Stage 1 drought restrictions. So we have four stages in our drought emergency regulations in our municipal code. Stage 1 is a voluntary cutback of 15%. There are some mandatory regulations in there about vehicle washing and hosing down like pavement and surfaces. But in general, the main thrust of it is communicating with our residents and customers, letting them know we're in a water supply shortage and drought conditions have developed, and asking for a 15% voluntary cutback. So stage one is voluntary, but it, you know, if we're able to communicate successfully, we found in the past drought, the residents in the past drought didn't cut back quite 15%, but they did cut back, and that helped quite a bit. So, so staff is recommending that. Also, the staff would return to City Council in a couple months if, well, as necessary, depending on how much state water, supplemental water we're able to get, and how things are going with any drought restriction. Yes, yes, sir.
You say a 15% voluntary cutback, measured against what? Because when I get the water bill now, it's still measuring me against 2013, I think it is? Or,
Yeah, that's a good question. In the prior drought, the state and the city based it on 2013 water usage.
yeah.
So I would have to double check our municipal code to verify. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm not able to answer that question, but I'd have to verify that.
But I mean,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I
need to
think-
know, we're gonna need to know what it is we're cutting back from.
Yeah, I
Know
think
that
it, I would think it
meeting
would.
by 15%.
Yeah, I think it would be for the most recent full prior year, prior to drought conditions having developed. So it would probably be basing that on 2020 or either 2019. Because the state water allocation was low in 2020 as well, but I think it was 25%. But, yeah. Okay, so the next topic is the supplemental water purchase. So during the historic drought of 2012 through 2017, the city purchased over 2,000 acre-feet of supplemental water. So to get through that time and not have dramatic impact to our customers and our residents and our businesses, we, even with mandatory restrictions, and the city council previously implemented stage 2 drought restrictions with that, in that drought, even with that, we had to purchase 2,000 acre-feet of supplemental water over that 6-year period. So staff recommends a supplemental, it's recommended a supplemental purchase for 2021 of between 400 and 600 acre-feet, depending on the per acre-foot cost, and depending on the city council budget limit set for the purchase. And we're recommending a budget limit of 400,000 for the purchase. So basically, we're recommending set a budget of 400,000, and the staff will try to purchase as much water as we can within that budget. No. Yeah, so, since you mentioned that, it is interesting. The city of Solvang retail rate is approximately just slightly over $1,500 per acre foot. Okay, $1,500 per acre foot. Well, it's in the staff report. I don't know if you saw it. I want to say it's like 4,300 or so. Yeah, it's so per acre. Yeah, it's almost triple to get water from ID1. You know, because we're what they call an on-demand customer and have this really high rate. But anyway, so
Can I ask a question? Is the Oroville Dam fixed?
it is.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. The Oroville The Oroville Dam, as you may remember, had water went over the backup spillway and eroded down the mountainside, and it was like terrible. I don't know, several $1 billion to fix it. I do know that they did get a lot of FEMA money to pay for about half of it, I think. But,
Did we lose all the water we had banked in Oroville?
No, actually, they had so much water that year that, and they're always releasing water, and there's different times of the year because of Steelhead Run, Salmon Run on the Sacramento River and stuff like that, and the Feather River, feeds into the Sacramento River, but yeah, that particular year, we did not lose any water as a result of that incident, yeah.
Do we have any water left that we banked previously?
Yeah, so that's what I was mentioning, and I'm sorry, I didn't make it clear. So, we carefully managed the water over the last, several years, but anyway, last year in particular, even though the state water allocation was kind of low, we had 626 acre feet of water, of state water that carried over from.
That's the carryover.
Yeah, and it was sort of banked. It was basically stored in the San Luis Reservoir. So the Oroville Reservoir is in Northern California. It's in the Feather River watershed.
Yeah.
And it's above the Sacramento-San Joaquin Bay Delta. And that's always kind of a pinch point of moving water because of environmental restrictions and stuff. And then the San Luis Reservoir, the water is moved from there through that Sacramento Bay Delta. It's basically released out of Oroville Reservoir, comes down the Feather River, goes into the Sacramento River, goes through the San Joaquin Bay Delta. On the south end of the San Joaquin Bay Delta, there's a huge pumping plant. It draws the water out, puts it in an aqueduct, and it comes south along the 5 freeway. If you ever driven south from LA or this area up to Sacramento, you go through a town called Kettleman City. There's giant mountains of manure and a giant dairy farm and cattle all over the place. Near that area is where the coastal branch of the California Aqueduct branches off, and there's pump stations that pumps it over those hills towards Paso Robles, and east of Paso Robles is a water treatment plant, treats the water, and then it goes back into the pipe as treated water, comes all the way down through Santa Maria, Vandenberg Air Force Base, along the San Ynez River to us, San Ynez and Lake Achuma. So, but the Oroville Reservoir is south of the San Joaquin Bay Delta, and they pull water off of the aqueduct and store it up there. And so that's where our carryover or banked water was stored.
Okay.
But hold that thought of banking, because I'm going to talk about it some more. So, as far as other water-related information, I think it was 2014, we implemented our landscape rebate program, but in 2015 and 2016, it was really successful. For a small city, we had 42 rebates in that 2-year period, and we had the highest per capita conservation in the county under that program, and that program is ongoing. So it's being implemented this year as well. And then as drought conditions and things, weather conditions change, we do ramp up or ramp down our public outreach and communication and education, and so that is always ongoing.
Can I ask you?
Matt, go ahead.
When you say there's actually 42 recipients or 42 people that did the most or were given citations, is that right?
No.
42 people implemented landscape rebate projects.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And they were acknowledged, basically. It's almost like you want to do a proclamation for people like that go above and beyond to stand out, to somehow recognize them.
Yeah,
and let them be an example for other residents to say, you can do this.
Well,
That's a good idea.
One of the things you need to remember is, because I was one of those, we got paid.
Never mind.
Our other,
Better.
It's what it was. It was a rebate program.
Matt, are other cities
Yeah.
facing this as well?
That's not,
Yes, so everybody, so we had a couple wet years, and then last year was below average, and then now again this year. So there are other agencies that are in, starting to face difficult conditions. Solvang is more severely impacted because we rely so heavily on state water. So other agencies, most of them have wells that they rely more heavily on, and state water doesn't make up 50% of their water supply. So so that's a very good question. And at this time, in our area in Santa Barbara County, La Cumbre Mutual Water Company over there, it's like Hope Ranch between Santa Barbara and Goleta, they are in desperate need of additional water as well. So so that's just in our area, but there are other cities around the state that are.
Yeah, I'd kind of hate to be the only city saying we need water and everybody else doesn't.
Well,
Even though it may work that way because of the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
systems, but
Yeah.
it's still.
Yeah, well, on the flip side, if everybody else has plenty of water and we're the only ones who need it, then we're likely to get it at a better cost.
Yeah.
So that's part of the logic here is if we don't buy the water now and we wait, because we could wait, that's an option, do nothing. You're going to most likely, if next year, if we don't buy the supplemental water and next year's also a dry year, we're going to be in a world of hurt, and you're going to have a whole bunch of people needing water
Right.
all around the state, and the price is going to go way up, and it's going to be more difficult to get it. So, but anyway, let me finish, and then we can, yeah. So, so just so you're aware, just a little bit of the history. Past projects that we did during the last drought is we constructed a new HCA well at the south end of Hans Christian Andersen Park. That was in 2016. We refurbished well 4 in 2017. The well was in really bad condition, and we basically have the kind of rehabilitation we did has now extended the life of that well by at least 40 years. And then we also did a new well 22 that went into service in 2019. And future projects that are planned or could be planned are additional river wells. With that, we need to amend our permit with the state. That's a big, long, lengthy process that we've been going through for many years. That actual process started before I, started like maybe I think about 17 years ago. So I've been here 10 years. So it's just been ongoing, and it's been kind of a mess. But that's a whole nother topic for discussion. But also, we participated. The city of Solvang participated in a countywide stormwater resources plan that looked at all kinds of projects to promote stormwater infiltration. And so there was a project identified that we could do at the detention basin in Hans Christian Andersen Park. There's that detention basin that takes the stormwater from Skip Mesa. And so there's a project that could be implemented there. And then also we could construct an additional upland well. As far as our long-range strategic planning, we're reacquiring, our city manager, Zena, mentioned about the suspended Table A state water, that we're in the process of reacquiring 300 acre feet of that. That's a one-time cost of $800,000, and then we would, our allocation would, our entitlement would increase by 300 acre feet per year. So staff believes that's an important thing to continue to do. It's been an ongoing, lengthy process because of the fact that the contract for state water in Santa Barbara County is between the Department of Water Resources and the County of Santa Barbara. And then the county has an agreement with CCWA, the Central Coast Water Authority. And so there's been some sticking points and some hurdles and things that they've had to do and go through. So that process has been going on for about 4 years now, and hopefully, they're working, to do that transaction requires an environmental impact report, and that is being developed right now. And so hopefully within about 2 years, that'll be wrapped up, and we'll officially have that entitlement added to Solvang. But then annually, we evaluate whether or not we need to do any supplemental water purchases. Also, we have Riverwell and Upland Well projects, as I mentioned, and our water conservation programs. So in addition to that, what we've tried to do is, and we implemented we completed a water supply management plan just a few years ago, and one of the recommendations in that was to bank water whenever we have high allocation, so that it's available for use during years with low allocation. So, although that recommendation was made, because of COVID and you know, the prior city council implemented a hiring freeze about 2 years ago, and then COVID for the last year, you know, and so we've had all these impacts to our staffing, and at the staff level, we've not been able to push that forward, just because too many other, you know, priority things on our plate. But we definitely want to pursue a water banking agreement with ID1. We want to investigate a Central Valley water banking. There's alternatives. There's a new water bank that's being developed right now in the southern part of the Central Valley, which is great because that water bank is south of that San Joaquin Bay Delta. So we would more easily be able to move that water back in, you know, to the city when we need it. And we also recommend pursuing a long-term water transfer agreement. So right now, we have a water broker that's helping us, and his name is Eric Robbins, and he helped CCW Way about 7 years ago, the first year that the drought really hit everybody and we had to purchase supplemental water. He helped out in doing all that transaction. And he's currently working for the city of Santa Barbara and the city of Santa Maria, implementing 10-year long-term water transfer agreements, so that instead of doing kind of a fire drill every time, you know, you get kind of hit sideways with the low allocation and situations like this, we'd have a long-term agreement in place with some water district in Central or Northern California, and be a long-term agreement, so that we can have the option to get water each year as needed. So so we're recommending that we look into that. So with that, we're asking for your direction. Staff, again, is recommending that the city council pass the resolution and declare Stage 1 drought emergency and implement Stage 1 restrictions. We're also recommending that the city council authorize the purchase of supplemental water with a budget limit of $400,000. And so we anticipate, depending on the cost of the water per acre foot, we'd be able to get somewhere between 400 and 600 acre feet. And we also recommend that you authorize the city manager to execute any agreements or documents associated with this, so that we can expedite all that. So give her the signature authority. I was going to mention also, so there's two different programs that we're looking at right now. DWR has what they call a dry year transfer, dry year transfer program. So that's a program that we may be able to get some water through. And then there's the Yuba County Water Authority has a long-term agreement with CCWA for supplemental water as needed. And so we've been working with CCWA and ID1 to look into purchasing water through that program. So the prices, I just got an email actually today, so that's why some information is not in the staff report. But the Yuba County Water Authority, the water there looks like it might be as low as $500 an acre foot. And then the dry air transfer program, the staff report indicates, I think $1,100 to $1,300 per acre foot, but we think it'll end up being less than $1,000 per acre foot under that program. So the exact pricing is not set yet. It's kind of like a haggling process that CCWA and DWR will have to go through. But anyway, so that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
No. I
Good job,
just
Matt.
had a quick one, I hope. So what I saw was that there's also in the DYT, so the dry year transfer,
Yeah.
there's also a two-step process that says it needs anywhere from $5,000 to $25,000 to cover administrative costs.
Yeah, thank you for asking about
So
that.
that's in addition to the cost of the water.
Yes. So, so the budget limit that you would set, we would have to cover all the administrative costs for CCWA and the water broker, and DWR has some administrative costs. So, and the two-step process, the way it works, basically, when you're in need of water, CCWA has the form, basically it's a statement of intent. And so you basically notify them saying, hey, we need approximately this amount of water. So then they take basically a poll of all the CCWA member agencies, and in this case, it's just Solvang and La Cumbre Mutual Water Company are the only two that CCWA agencies that need water right now. But so then they go out, they total that up, and then they go out and look at different programs and try to acquire the water. And in that process, they negotiate back and forth pricing. And then there's also a factor called carriage losses. So when the water moves through I'm not an expert on the carriage losses, but my understanding is the way this works is when the water goes through the San Joaquin Bay Delta, some of it's lost, basically. And so you, depending on the amount of money you want to spend, so in this case, let's say, for example, you authorize a budget of $400,000, we'll estimate the administrative costs, let's say just in round numbers, let's say it's $50,000. So we know that we got a budget of $350,000 for the water. And so depending on the estimated carriage losses, and which is a percent that they give you, it usually ranges from 25 to 30% is the carriage losses.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of high, I know. But so based on that estimate and the budget and the price per acre foot, we're going to order X amount of water, and then after the losses, we'll end up with a certain amount. You know, so we might order 400 acre feet, but end up with 300. So the one good thing is even with that, we try to be conservative. So the last time we did this, and they made the estimate, of course, you know, as I mentioned, we were acquiring, you know, quite a bit more water over those years previously. But anyway, we ended up with like 100 acre feet extra because the carriage losses ended up not being as high as they had estimated. And that was nice, because that got added to our account basically at the end of the year, because they don't know the total outcome of the carriage losses until the end of the, because they're delivering this water over several months to us, right? So they don't know the outcome of that basically till December, and then they calculate it out like January or something, and so we found out, oh, we got extra 100 acre feet of water, so that worked out okay. So, but there is that. So that's kind of how it would work, and of course we'll get as much as we can. We might end up needing to get water from both programs. Some of these programs, depending on the agency's proportional share of state water, so they look at CCWA's proportional share compared to like Kern Water Agency and LA Metropolitan Water District and some of these big other agencies. And so of the total amount that's available, like for example, under this dry year transfer program, if CCWA shares 4%, then whatever that total amount's available, then they'll tell CCWA, okay, 4% of this water is available to you, and that would get split between Solvang and La Cumbre. And so we might need to be purchasing water under both programs at different prices and all that, but anyway, so. But based on whatever your direction is, we'll make a conservative approach. We'll get updated estimates of the administrative charges and costs, and then we'll verify what the estimated carriage losses are, and proceed based on that. And so it's most likely it's going to be in the range of 400 to 600, probably on the lower end, but anyway. So. Any other questions?
I have no more questions.
Sorry, I didn't make it a brief answer.
Thank you, Matt. We can go to the public comment. And
Would anybody on Zoom like to make a comment? Please raise your hand, virtual hand. See no.
Mike Matthews is in there.
Mike is in there all the time.
Thanks for hanging in there, Mike.
Yes, good for
Yeah,
you,
no problem.
Thanks,
I just
Mike.
want you to know that the council member and the mayor, please, thank you very much for letting me be part of this. So I totally agree with Matt completely. We need to really put in a lot of thought into this, because just so you know, we have, during the winter, it's between 500,000 to 700,000 gallons a day that is being used. When you come into the summertime, it's close to 1.9 million gallons. That is a ton of water that's wasted on landscaping. So conserve needs to be a number one thing, and then to look at purchasing water so we can stay in this summer, because this summer is going to get hit hard. So I really think we really need to look at it. I know the cost is going to be kind of on the higher side, but what Matt's trying to propose, I think, is 100% what we need to focus on.
Thank you for those comments, Mike.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I appreciate you being here.
No problem.
Are there any other comments?
There's no further public comment or staff comment.
Any last questions of the staff report? Can I entertain a motion to receive and file? I mean, we can do it all at once, or just line item A, B, C, and D. We could just,
Mr. Mayor, there's going to be at least one input that will require on the resolution. Under the Stage 1 drought conditions, the municipal code requests that you set a target year, and I think this goes to Councilmember Infante's question, 15% of what year, basically. In the past, the council has done a couple different approaches. In 2016, they used 2013 as the target year, and I believe in 2018, they used the prior 5-year average as the reduction target. So you'll need to set that number in the resolution as to what the 15% is going to be the target year for.
Yeah, if I could recommend that we take the average of 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, I would think that 2020 might be a little bit higher than normal just because people were home so much. I don't know that that's a fact. It just,
That's interesting.
okay.
Automatically gonna do well.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right, because then the baseline will be higher.
Baseline's
So
higher.
it's actually good then.
Yeah.
Right, depends on what you're trying to achieve.
I think
Okay,
given-
I'll move that we accept the drought one, the 15% reduction, and we'll base the reduction on the 2019-2020 combined average.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember
roll call.
Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Okay, so recognition B passes 5-0. And then you have C and D that are interrelated to approve a budget adjustment of $400,000 and authorize staff to purchase supplemental water for 2021 within this limitation, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents associated with the purchase of supplemental water for 2021.
Can I have a motion?
Sure.
Councilmember Clark?
This is something, you're asking us to gamble, and it makes me really, really nervous. But I'll start with the motion to approve the budget adjustment of $390,000, authorize staff to purchase supplemental water for 2021 within this budget limitation, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents associated with the purchase of supplemental water in 2021.
Second.
Can I have a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurig.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Is there any possible way our wastewater can get our gray water tanks done so we can start selling for landscape purposes for the city?
We're gonna talk about that in about a month or two. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully so. All right. Read the title of item number 11. And do I need to step out for this?
That has been your practice in the past. I imagine it's going to be a fairly short update, so you may not want to go far.
Okay. I'll step out.
Okay, so this item is receive an update on dispute resolution regarding Santa Barbara County law enforcement contract. This placeholder on the agenda was placed in case there was any actionable item to bring back to the council, as this is a fluid negotiation. Last time we met with the sheriff, his staff, and the cities was last week on Wednesday. That did not result in resolution, and we are scheduled for a full-day dispute negotiation this Thursday, starting in the morning, until we make progress. So at this point, we don't have an agreement between the county and the cities as to the parameters that may work for us from a financial perspective. We have made some asks of the county. The county is working on some of the information for the cities. The cities are still evaluating the financials that the county has presented with an independent consultant that we hired as the cities. And the sheriff has also given us some feedback in general terms on our original proposal. At this point, there is no agreement. So depending on how things go on Thursday, we'll continue with the dispute resolution. At some point, we'll be considering whether this matter is, there's something to be proposed to the council, or whether this matter moves into mediation stage. That is the end of report.
Yeah, I think this is the first time they've gotten away from in-house negotiations, and wasn't this one negotiated or proposed by an outside firm?
No, we are negotiating in-house, so the sheriff's department and the
I
county
know, but
council.
weren't the figures that they were using on the increase based on an outside opinion, an outside
Yes,
firm opinion?
that is true. That is the first time that the county calculated the rate increases
Yeah.
using an outside consultant. The auditor has done some preliminary look at that model, and even though the auditor has not made any findings based on an official audit, they did find, or she, Betsy Shaver, the elected auditor, did find that the model is consistent with how it was calculated in prior years, and there is no substantial deviations.
Consistent, but it came up that much higher.
Correct.
So do they get a percentage of what the sheriff's department gets?
They do not. But it is one county pool of, yes, funds. So there's more to come as things develop. I'll probably continue to keep it on the agenda in case there's any action needed. Right. We can have Mayor come back.
All right, are there any questions of the staff report?
Oh.
No, so back to council, any further discussion? Nope. Okay, so do we make a motion to just receive?
No,
file? action
there's no action needed at this point.
All right, I'll bring it back to Mayor Urick. Welcome back.
Thank you. And we're now to, please read title of item number 12.
Item number 12 is to reconsider city's request to Santa Ynez Community Services District to present the city with a proposal to operate the city's wastewater treatment plant. And the staff recommendations are that the city council withdraw its request to Santa Ynez Community District Service to submit a proposal to the city of Solvang to operate the city's sewer collection system and wastewater treatment plant, and direct the city manager to send a letter to the district general manager formally withdrawing the city's request for a proposal to operate the city's sewer collection system. So the history on this is the city council about 2 years ago, I want to say close to 2 years, a year and a half, had made a request to the district to come up with a proposal for operating of the city of Solvang's wastewater treatment plant. The city never did receive, even though the city provided all of the information requested by the district, the city never did receive a submittal from the district for the operation. Following those developments, the district now has a new general manager, and the staff's recommendation is that it is not beneficial for the city of Solvang to contract the services out to Santa Ynez Community Services District, and the operations should be maintained at the control of the city, where we have the qualified staff to sufficiently operate the plant. So that's in short. If Matt would like to add anything else, I think this is a recommendation supported by staff across the organization.
Yeah, I did want to just mention that there are several reasons for our recommendation, and those are listed in the staff report, which I don't think there's a need to go over them. There's numerous beneficial reasons to withdraw the request and keep the operations in-house. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the staff report? See none. Is there any public comment?
Would anybody like to speak on this item?
Looks like we have Mr. Acosta.
Mr. Acosta is here if you would like to ask any questions.
Yes, please. I'd like to just really quick introduce myself. My name is Jose Acosta. I'm the general manager. I was hired in July of 2020. At my introduction there at the district, meeting with Zena and Matt, we've maintained great communications at the staff level. We continue that. We're setting up regular meetings to make sure that we communicate on all projects and ongoings between the city and the district. I'm here tonight to answer any questions that you may have on behalf of the CSD, and also just to speak on a couple of the points made in the staff report. On the first one, the district does have staff and a procedure and policy in place for a fog system within our CSD, so we are capable of maintaining that program. We also have qualified and certified operators to maintain the collection system. The staff report is correct that a grade 4 operators are very in high demand and hard to recruit at this time, so that would be a difficult thing for us to recruit a grade 4 operator for the plant. As far as our rates are concerned, we are doing some modest rate increases over the next 5 years at about 17% through the 5 years, so it's not that steep. But my understanding was when we received this proposal, we weren't going to be responsible for increasing, decreasing, or doing any rate studies for the city. And also, lastly, I just want to speak on behalf of the dedicated and committed employees that you have within the city. As a contracted employee or a contracted entity that would come in and perform these services, we also would maintain a high level of pride in the work that we provide and the services that we would provide for the city. So I just want to speak on those couple of points, whether it influences or does not influence the decision the council makes this evening. But also, if you have any questions of me, I'm glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. I appreciate those comments. Do we have any other questions here? So that concludes our public comment. We don't have any other questions. Do we want to entertain a motion?
We do.
The only comment I would make, if I may, is this doesn't say anything about entering into a contract. It's strictly a proposal. And I don't think what would be a huge problem, at least getting, if they want to knock themselves out and give us a proposal, we'd be silly not to look at something like that, just in case. So that's my only point.
I'd move that we take staff suggestion and withdraw and send a letter off to them that we are withdrawing our request.
Do we have a second? I'll second.
Councilmember Clark?
No.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
No.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 3 yes, 2 no.
And title, can you please read the title of item number 13?
Item number 13 is AB 1234, report out and council closing comments.
Do you have any comments, further comments going forward?
One question. We mostly have been saying the meetings we attend at the beginning of this. Shouldn't we be talking about it now? Like SBK?
Strictly meetings, but just to, I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, please do. Please answer. I don't know.
I think we wanted to.
It's just a public information thing to say, yes, I was in Long Beach at a 3-day conference. At the beginning, we're talking about what we want the world to do. At the end, we're just saying we're being transparent as what we've done as council people, any money we've taken, et cetera. And the earlier comments, I think we used to, because we took a lot of criticism for doing all of our comments at the end of our meetings, was we were kind of lumping it at the end, but because it really should be separated. This is just asking you, did you talk to any lobbyists? Did you go to any conferences? Were you influenced by anything? Were you given money by anybody? That's what AB 1234 is about, if I'm correct.
Yeah, there's a requirement under AB 1234 that if you attend a conference at public expense, that you provide a brief report when you return as to what was covered at that. So that's what the AB 1234 opportunity is
So
for.
attending a meeting over Zoom where there was no expense is not.
You don't even have to bring that up.
Yeah, that's not something that's an AB 1234.
That's good to know. And we've all completed our training.
And if I can say quickly, my biggest regret for you guys is that you're not at those conferences in Sacramento and Long Beach and Newport Beach and meeting with 150 people. There's 485 cities in California that all have city managers and city council people. The fact that you're not getting that opportunity really bums me out because it's valuable just for the network.
Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll
For
get
what
there.
it's worth, I'm hearing rumors that the September conference will be in person for the league, so.
At LOCC?
Yep.
That's good.
I know our city attorney's conference is going to be virtual, but they're looking at late summer at trying to move back to a hybrid approach so that there is an in-person aspect to it. So
That's a
keep
great
your fingers
experience.
crossed.
Yep, I'd love to be at some of these. All right, well, there's no further comments, then I adjourn the meeting at 11:14.